And now the whole world can see the Twitch chat conversation going on. Before I begin. Evil isn't always baseless. Sometimes there's a very good reason for doing very bad things. And I was here to find out exactly why. I'd try. Anyway, welcome on in, folks. Welcome on in. For those who may not know the bowling man that stands before you, Twitch folks will find out in about 30 seconds. And everyone else, I'm Ricky T. Bones. Singer, sometimes song composer, all-around gaming skeleton for now. I just love teasing you, man. You'll never get over it. What am I forgetting this time? Oh yeah, Titus is finally out. Oh wait, did you actually not hear the dramatic intro? I'll do it one more time. You aren't subscribed, so I guess you probably missed it thanks to the ads. Uno mas, just for the kids in the back. You did hear it, okay. But what did I forget, Centurion? Amongst the myriad of things I always forget every day, including to feed myself. Which, understandable, I am a skeleton. Anyway. Of course, we want to thank all the lurkers, all the VOD watchers. Good God! Yes, I'm a detective. Nice snipe, dog! Thank you, Dolly Inkar, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Centurion. And thank you, Doug Gaming, for gifting the goated skeleton of goats, Aegon VT, with a gift sub. Oh my good God. Thank y'all very much. Anyway, what a all can start to this stream. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? It's only been a day since we yapped for 3 hours, but I'm sure y'all are doing okay-ish. I know some of you are suffering from the heat. Come to kill the skeleton. With kindness, by the way, Twitch. With kindness. Hello Bobo, hello Rupee, hello some weirdo staring at me from over a wall that I know nothing about. I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Don't hurt me. Don't bring out the knife, Dahlia. Okay, I'm safe this time. You have a hear me out emote? Excuse me, I'm sorry. Wait. You of all people have a hear me out emote. You don't have a hear me out cake. You just have a characters that you're obsessed with cake. That's great. Honestly, that's great. That's gonna sell a lot of emotes right there. Well, speaking of the heat, I'm doing okay, but on my phone, my weather app told me that New York, my God, New York has hit 100 before my Texas area. You still in one piece, Doug? Yeah, I know what your weather is like. It's in the mid 90s. 93 right now. My God, y'all are not built for this shit. York be Yorkin' hot, yeah. Stay cool. Wear one layer of cotton, man. Stay cool, and don't you dare wear pants, because this shit is gonna kill you. Considering y'all up top are not built for it. Making sure yes, you do need to take care of your dogs. You do need to take care of them pets, because they cannot manage the heat as well as we can. Especially cats. Cats run at a high operating temperature. You gotta make sure those poor boys and girls are cool. Yeah, but aside from everybody suffering from the heat, I'm doing okay. I actually got some stuff done before this stream, and yeah, no. Let me level with you, Dolly. As somebody who also used to do that, because of a lot of reasons, shorts are gonna be the only way you survive this. Like, I did not realize that until I had to start working in pants during a major heat wave in Texas, and anytime I came off a shift, I was wearing jeans, and that was the biggest mistake of my life. Like, the heat was trapping in the pants legs and cooking me from the inside. It was bad. So, ever since then, I've taken a note from everybody else I see around here and just wear like shorts whenever I'm going out. But here, in the nice air conditioning, I get to wear my suit. I get to wear my 3-piece wool suit. Exactly. It is that hot. It is that hot in Gehenna. It gets to be 120, and then everybody is just like, well, guess I better keep a bucket with me at all times so my bones don't start disintegrating. Yeah, it gets to be like that, but it happens. We're under the Earth's crust. Heat doesn't really get a chance to dissipate around here. Anyway. Fair. You know what? Fair. I mean, you'd think the ivory of my bones would also blind people, but somehow people can still see me. My time is now. But I do want to address something real quick before we begin. I do want to talk about the situation with the Texas bill that's kicking our asses. That's going to be kicking our asses sometime. For those who don't know, there was a Texas law, a really bad law. Thank you for the hype train. Okay. Let's roll this back a bit. A couple of days ago, I posted about how I got locked out of Blue Sky, right? For age verification. There has been a bill in the Senate for some time that has been undergoing processing for the U.S. In Texas, however, they just passed a bill that required app stores to have age verification, in turn requiring the apps that the app stores house to have age verification. Now, age verification sounds great on the outside, but on the inside, it's a way for people to keep track of who's who and hackers to get into places to find out who's who. These third-party verification services have been compromised before, and so the general consensus on the internet is if you instate age verification, nobody's going to submit their documents to you. So this has almost happened with Discord. This is gonna happen with Blue Sky, and with the bill in place, with the law coming back online after getting held by an attorney general, I may lose access to a couple of key media sources, namely Blue Sky. Is a massive invasion of privacy. Exactly, yes. I might lose access to Blue Sky. It's already happened once, and it might happen again soon, so I've stopped posting there in preparation. Until I know that bill is good and dead, I'm not posting on Blue Sky. I'm worried I might lose access to Discord, even though I don't have anything in place. However, here's the good news, and I'll make a community post about this later. From my understanding, my meager understanding, because I don't speak legalese, by the way, for Bobo, give him a little bit extra. From my meager understanding, do not take my word for it. This is a guess. I am guessing that because YouTube and Twitch have my personal info for business purposes, I will still be able to stream to y'all. So that's the good news. That's the good news, is that I should still be able to do this song and dance whenever I please. I mean, it's going to affect viewership, I'm sure, on a lot of people's places. But for me, I will still be able to broadcast live. Still, you know, earn a little bit on the side, as it were. So that's good. That's the good news. However, I have taken steps to stay connected to those I trust. Years-long friends, maybe year-long friends at minimum. I have entrusted with my phone number. I don't give that information out lightly, but it's their way to reach me should I lose access to Discord. I won't say who, but they're very close friends of mine, online friends, who I trust with the information. So, I've deepened some bonds, I've trusted some friends, and I'm very worried. I'm very worried about where this is heading us. But we cannot be doom posting. We cannot worry about the future all the time, because I got a rebrand coming up, and I got to worry about that going off without a hitch. So I'm going to play it by ear. I'm going to keep my ear to the ground, but it's not going to be a central point of anything. It's hard to be dooming, exactly. In this world, in this day and age, dooming is a great way to stay in the pit, man. Stay in the pit of depression. So, all that being said, let us get into the game, and it's not going to be on screen when we start, because it actually has a really interesting intro. A simple one, but one I think we should probably experience a little bit together. So let's go ahead and swap over to the game. Screen. Okay. Launching protoViolence right now. And for those who have not seen Malviolence yet, I highly encourage you. Okay. Authentication. I have no idea what this is, but I feel like it's gonna matter later on. Okay. Whew. So, let's start with a bit of a recap, because this is technically a second game in a series, the Violence series. For those who have not played or seen Malviolence, the sequel technically, well, the next chronologically, I'll give you a small overview of a couple things you want to remember about, but I will try to keep it as spoiler-free as possible. Malviolence was a puzzle game about dealing with a great supervillain, and we were an agent of a company, not a company, security firm or entity called Stop. Stop was hunting Dr. Danger and the Great Cautionne. For reasons we do not know why, but I believe they were terrorizing the world, or rather terrorizing Stop's sites. Over the course of the game, we slowly found ourselves unraveling the mystery behind the villains. Said villains are the Great Cautionne and Dr. Danger, and they are the primary subject of this game. Because this is a prequel. What key things you need to understand about this is that Stop is hiding something. Stop is hiding some kind of program. Yes, how Big Bad became Big Bad. Exactly that, Centurion. And I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else I should say, honestly. I guess what you need to know is that Stop is not the great savior of the universe. Instead, rather, Stop is performing experiments. Experiments of unethical kinds. And we are going to be a very familiar face, which I'll explain in due time. But for now, again, for anybody who has not played Malviolence, anybody who has not played protoViolence, both of these games are free. You can play them on your own time. Malviolence was an escape room puzzle game, kind of visual novel. Highly recommend it. If you'd like to, feel free to play it. And this, I think, might be more of a visual novel than a puzzle game, but I'm not quite sure. So, without further ado, folks, if there's anything I need to explain during, I will do my best to. And if I have done my best to balance the audio, I might need to adjust it during the game as well. So, let's begin. Over 2 decades ago, Dr. Iris Kai wrote me a recommendation for an up-and-coming international security agency. At the time, I was overjoyed just to be on track. Get into a growing field early, do good science while the fires of invention were still hot, then dip out with the distinction before our coals grow cold. But these days, well, let's put it this way. The first time my name showed up as a footnote in a cybernetics textbook, oof, sorry, I've been doing some voice acting before this and my mouth might be a little overused. So forgive my lips for being very slow. The first time my name showed up as a footnote in a cybernetics textbook, I called my parents and invited my friends to dinner at my favorite restaurant. Half a year ago, when I got a write-up in the East Coast Medicine Review, I didn't even open the copy they sent me. Goodness, true, I'm just carefully. Hello, B. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Hydrate, you got it. So when Iris announced her retirement, I assumed your ennui was a little more advanced than my own. It was a nice party. She was surrounded by friends and co-workers, lauded by her peers and praised by her subordinates. And yet the whole time, she looked hollow. Fear of retirement, I theorized. I couldn't have been farther from the truth. Stop, the organization I had dedicated my life to, has always been at the forefront of cybernetics. The bleeding edge, some would say. We took risks, but it was for the greater good, and we were grateful to every volunteer and veteran that assisted us. But now they're pushing all the wrong boundaries. Taking science, my science, in a cruel new direction that I cannot abide. This was the key details we found out about in Malviolence. Because the fruits of my research are being used to experiment on children. I can't fathom how Stop got so far out of hand. But I can find out. I'm not powerless. And the architects behind these new programs aren't fools. If I can present a proper case against this, show them the pain hidden between the numbers and the suffering they're whitewashing over in pursuit of percentage points, I have hopes that things can still be made right. But that hope is dwindling. I thought I granted peace to the world with my research. Maybe all I did was wreath the new Nero. Now that's a reference to the grand tragedy. I don't know. I could ask Franky about it if I wanted to. Sorry for messaging you at this hour. Couldn't sleep. Having second thoughts? No. My transfer's already been approved. Next Monday, I'm entering the Youth Training and Development Initiative as a supervisor, but... Iris, you've worked with Stop longer than I have. Can you tell me anything about the YTDI? Nothing that'll help you sleep. Good luck on your shift, B. Well, that's reassuring. I still can't believe this is happening. Stop's full of scientists. Not good scientists follow the science wherever it leads, right? And I recall a brilliant researcher concluding years ago that the younger the patient, the better the cybernetic sync rate. That research was intended for Stop agents. Volunteers. Heroes, if you prefer. Not anyone under 18. Well, the higher-ups would beg to differ. They'd tell you that they're providing these trainees with an education and a guaranteed future. Worth an eye or an ear, right? Maybe I don't want this to be my legacy, Iris. Where's the greater good in grafting dangerous tech onto children? When Stop was founded, that good was clear. Back when the world was in turmoil, and cybernetics were getting slapped onto terrorists and madmen in vet clinics and garages. Stop put an end to that. We put an end to that. And then it kept going, so it wouldn't happen again. Like I said, not the best topic of conversation if you're looking to put your mind at ease. But do try to get some rest anyway, Deirdre. Now, for those who remember that name well. That, spoilers, was Dr. Danger. It was her real name. That's who we play as in this game. From the sounds of it, you have a long week ahead of you. I'll do my best. That's why this is exciting. May 13th, 2070X. Still a long ways away, thankfully. Bro, this place could use a little bit of blue. My honest first impression? This is beautiful. Natural light trickles through the frosted glass, enveloping the courtyard below in a warm, soft glow. From the bridge I'm on, I can even see green. Grass, flowers, trees, an oasis of natural beauty, full of life, and full of laughing children. I can't help but wonder if I made a wrong turn. There aren't any stark surgical scrubs or hospital gowns. The air smells clean, not disinfected. But inevitably, my eyes are drawn towards the towering column that pierces the building's bare. You received a gift from HoneyBee. B. I will look at that after stream, or when we get a break. Anyway. But inevitably, my eyes are drawn towards the towering column that pierces the building's center. It's a dark monument, one with few doors, no windows, and a very heavy shadow. My skin prickles. What purpose could...
Not lost already, are you?
My train of thought's grim path is cut short by a familiar, husky voice.
Angie, it's wonderful to see you again.
I will try my best to match this tone.
Same to you, Deirdre.
Deirdre, okay. Not Deirdre, Deirdre. Deirdre. As usual, Angie is formal, but I recognize the warmth in her words. It's been a long time since we've talked face to face. For sure. I didn't think we'd get to work together again. But not every career's path is a straight line, right? No, definitely not. Happy as I am to be working with you, I was surprised to learn you wanted to transfer here. I always thought of you as married to the craft of cybernetics and nothing else. I was going to say squeamish. I suppose there's more to me than meets the eye. I suppose there is. I understand you're planning to write a case study on the work we're doing here at the YTDI. Funny. You've always been more interested in theory than application. Then again, you've always been a pioneer as well. I mean, it's a new program based on my research. Why wouldn't I observe it? Oh no, I think it's fantastic, having you of all people here. Going out of your way to help us improve the YTDI. That's a dream come true for all of us. In fact... No. I don't want to get too deep into discussion on your first day. Your time is valuable, so... How about I give you a tour? Oh! Well, I did request one, but you don't have to... No, trust me. There's a lot here. More than we could cover in one day. But we should be able to go over the basics. Places, permissions, practice standards, that sort of thing. And who better to help you find your footing than an old colleague? All right. Where to first? Awesome! I'm not a professional tour guide, but I'd say the courtyard would be the best place to start. Lead the way. Ooh, I like this place. Not like this place, but I'm enjoying the creepy vibe already. So that's why there's so much greenery. Of course! Big Jumbussus. Wow, you've evolved. Eddie! Let's see what we got in the chamber. Nothing on this end. One. Ooh, like a bit of tinfoil. The left hand is always the least ready. Eddie. How you doing, neighbor? Of course. We want our trainees to be as healthy as possible, both physically and mentally. And while it might be hard to see the benefits of an MRI, being around the trees and plants really does wonders for the brain. For instance, several observational studies have been concluded that... No, Auntie, I believe you. Actually, I think I feel it myself. We installed it for the trainees' sake, but if it helps the staff stay sane as well, that's a nice bonus. That reminds me, you should see the classrooms too. A lonely piano, occasional strings. I do love this instrumentation. Very nice. So, we'll take these stairs and go through these doors. Oh, after you, of course. And if we just go down this hallway... Ugh. If rooms could give you a chill down your spine, this place would be Sub-Zero. We're here! Bit of a walk, isn't it? Must be easy to get lost. I suppose. But you get used to it. Anyway, this is where the trainees get educated. Oh. And what does that involve? Well, we've got all the core essentials. Math, literacy, self-defense, and phys ed. Pardon? Physical education. No, I mean, self-defense. Oh, don't make that face. It's not that serious. gym mats and padded gloves and whatnot. At their age, the trainees couldn't hurt each other even if they tried. I don't know, I've kind of known some kids that were feisty back in the day. One of them bit me even. And do they ever try to hurt each other? She feels accused. The world's a dangerous place. Our trainees know that better than most at their age. The earlier we teach them how to protect themselves, the better off they'll be. I suppose you're right. But it's not all schoolwork and drills. The trainees do get to do fun stuff too. I mean, we passed an arts and crafts center just a moment ago. You should see some of the stuff they make in there. We might have the next Marth Rothko or Agnes Martin on our hands. I nod as if I know who those people are. Fine art was never a favorite subject of mine. Well, I'll have to check it out another time. Yeah, you ought to. Maybe I'm going about this the wrong way. You want to observe a trainee for your case study, correct? Yes, that's right. Why do you ask? Well, we've got a class going on right now. Should be literacy at this time of day. You're suggesting I choose my case study subject right now? Could give you a much better idea of what we do, seeing how the trainees actually go about their day. Come on, look over here. Don't worry, they won't notice us. They're all preoccupied with writing exercises, it looks like. Ah, yay. By the way, did I ever tell y'all I have chicken scratch? I might be a well-read skeleton, but my handwriting leaves a lot to be desired. It's legible, I think. But it's definitely not fancy or cursive or anything. This is a classroom? I've been in medical libraries with more noise. Well behaved, aren't they? You can thank the core curriculum designers for that. Our trainees are showing a 34% increase in memory retention compared to the same age control group, short and long term. That's very impressive, isn't it? The bell could ring right now and they'd still be glued to their work. If this were any other education program, they'd all be fiddling with their fine liners, glaring at the clock, doodling in the margins. Like that child over there? Right. That one. He's a bit of an outlier, statistically. Really? But I thought your curriculum was... Well, it's not 100% effective. Sometimes you get stragglers. But we don't leave them behind. All they need is a little extra motivation. Whew, it's got a fine, sharp edge to that terminology there. There. The teacher's already taken notice. It was just me in high school. Yeah, I knew a lot of kids like that whenever I had to do GED studies and the like. He's taking him to the front of the classroom? Is he being yelled at? Yelled at? The teacher might be raising their voice. Hold on. Why are all the children going up with him? They didn't do anything wrong. Well, that's the extra motivation I was talking about. Phew. All new trainees get sorted into squadrons. Squadrons? Like soldiers? Like birds, I'd say. They're close-knit. We expect each squadron to fly at roughly the same pace. So, if one member underperforms, the entire group is made aware of it. I know it all looks a little inflexible, but they're better off learning these rules early. I'm not sure that... If you don't move, they can't see you. Their vision is based on movement. I've heard this about children many times. He smiled at me. Oh. They're supposed to stand perfectly still for a full 5 minutes. So that's... might have to refocus. I made my decision. Oh, good. So, which trainee? I want that boy to be my subject. And why him specifically? I can't give a concrete answer. I suppose I'm going with my gut. That's not very scientific. Then, why don't we call it an intuitive choice made by one of the world's leading cybernetics researchers? Right. But as I said, that particular trainee is something of a statistical outlier. Then taking a closer look at him should help us correct any inefficiencies in the program, no? How healthy is the person's gut, though? Grand question. I know mine is non-existent, so we can't really trust that, now can we? This is a lovely display of subtle aggression, and I'm kind of here for it. I suppose I can't argue with that. Whoosh, that was tense. And here we are in another dismal blue and white room. Can you imagine how bright this place would be? Like how eye-straining. Ooh, voice acting. Sorry.
Here's where his quarters are.
Those are quarters? Those are living quarters? This feels like an examination room, not living quarters.
You're certain this is the one you want to use for your case study?
Again, I've made my decision, Angie.
Right. Just wanted to confirm.
Sorry, Ange.
Trainee C0458?
God, they don't even have names anymore. Could you come here, please? I want to introduce you to someone. She's a visitor. One just for you.
Huh? A visitor?
Try to be quick, though. She's a very busy lady with a lot to get done today. I wonder if anybody recognizes those round glasses yet. Oh! I'm gonna have to do some kid voice acting. Oh no. Wait a minute. You're that lady I saw in class. Indeed she is. I realized the second he was on screen. Good. What's S4174 doing behind you? Shree wanted to come, so I let her. What a good friend you are. But this meeting is just for you, CO458. So, S4174, you're free to... Is it that big of a deal, Angie? I don't think there's any harm in meeting his... roommate! Right. Then, why don't you introduce yourself to the lady?
Well, allow me...
Please try to keep it short. We only have so much time. I can hear the anime sound effects already.
Nice to meet ya. I'm Pavel.
Pleasure to meet you, Pavel.
Though most of the people here only call me CO458.
A serial number? Standard procedure. It's how we keep the data collection unbiased. Plus, the first class had like 3 Emmas and 4 Quins, so... right. What? Last names don't... Okay, well, I can't really speak on that as a Hispanic, so... fair enough. I can't really say last names would help out much either. Right. What about you, lady? What's your name? Well, Angie, how should I respond? I've never worked with children before. You can give him your name, no big deal. The trainees like to call me Dr. Angie. Got it. Then you can call me Dr. Deirdre if you want. Dr. Deirdre? Dr. Deirdre. Dr. Deirdre! That's a nice name. Has anyone ever told you that? Not, recently. Oh, do you want to introduce yourself too? It's alright, kiddo. Well, the floor's all yours!
Hello.
Oh, that's gonna be a fun voice to try and imitate.
I'm, Shreya.
Shreya. Nice to meet you. You got this, Shree. Look! Dr. Deirdre is waving to you. Heh. Shreya is my roommate. Normally, we stick together. If I'm around, chances are she is too. I see. Are you two close? Oh, we're besties! We never go anywhere without each other. Except for class. I wish we weren't in different squads. Hey, D. Sorry to butt in, but I'm afraid we don't have all the time in the world. Unless you want to skip out on the research labs for today? No. I do want to see them. Let me just wrap up here. It's lovely to meet you, CO458. Starting next week, I'll be interviewing you. Interviewing me? About what? To be honest, I haven't quite decided yet. But I think I'd like to talk about your hobbies, your classmates, your future. Lots of things like that. Oh, I can do that. But I'm confused. Why me? That's a good question. Because I picked you specifically. And why did you pick me specifically? That's the word. Well, you stood out in class. I saw you and I thought you'd be interesting to talk to. Makes sense. My teacher says I'm like a dandelion in a field full of roses. That's one way of putting it. But wait, what about your friend? I promise she won't be alone for long. Once I'm done talking with you, you can go back to what do kids do these days? Oh man. I got bad news for you, Doc. It's nothing good. Usually involves phones, phone games, maybe TikTok. The world's kind of screwed right now, thanks to media outlets like that. But you know, there's a silver lining. They are being self-aware and they are evolving past it, so there's hope. So moving on. I haven't been around them in so long. Back to playing. Did I guess right? Oh, thank God.
Sound reasonable?
Okay, I think I could... I don't know if I want to do that all the time.
Yeah. It's a deal.
Alright. We've made friends with Pavel. I think. God, this is the interior? Oh boy.
Sorry if I rushed you a bit back there.
A bit, you say? I realize I might have come across as grouchy earlier. It's just... We've all been working in a lot of hours lately. It wears on you, you know? Oh, no, Angie, it's fine. Not like I was much better in the past. Oh, God, don't remind me. When you were taking lead on artificial spleen development, it was like you were in a trance. If I gave you one little tap on the shoulder, you'd... Alright, enjoy your lurking, Dahlia. Snap up like a cobra on a rake. Yes, I remember how you put it. Those were long days. By the time we pushed through, I never wanted to see another culture sample as long as I lived. Hear, hear. So, Angie, about those research labs. Right. From here, the fastest route would be... What a labyrinth. I wonder how they get anything done here. Let's take a sip. Case study report. Ooh. 51327X. Initial supervisory report. Though it has been advertised as a youth education program, it is now my understanding that the purpose of the Youth Training and Development Initiative, YTDI, is to prepare its trainees for cybernetic enhancement and eventual employment within STOP. While it is known that the biotech synchronization rates are inversely correlated to age, the side effects on individuals below the age of 18 are not fully understood at this time and may be more severe than they would be on an adult mind and body. Furthermore, I have ethical concerns about the purpose of the program and how its participants are selected. As supervisor, it is my intent to observe the YTDI's operations and ensure that the health and well-being of its trainees are being properly upheld. As part of my duties, I intend on engaging in a focused case study of trainee CO458 to observe his development under the YTDI's curriculum. For compliance purposes, our one-to-one conversations will be recorded. Dr. Deidre Destrange. That's a bit of a bug. Uh-oh. There we go. Aha! So we are interacting with this game. Good. Alright, one moment. Just had to make sure of something. Ace. Alright. Use your mouse to explore Deidre's desk. When your cursor changes into a magnifying glass, you can interact with something. What will you learn about Dr. Destrange? The mighty tick. Oh god, a roach man now. I do not want that. Okay, just... Interesting. Alright, let's look over this case file. Intro, Dr. Deidre's report. Once Deidre's case study is finished, she'll send these documents to STOP's higher-ups. She hopes her findings will shut the YTDI down. Case study report. 6/12/27X. This report marks the 1-month point of trainee CO458's case study. In this time, I've observed several facets of the YTDI's operations, and now believe I have a firm grasp of the day-to-day activities of the trainees. The majority of the trainees selected for the YTDI come from orphanages. Upon arrival at the YTDI, trainees are separated into squads, similar to the ones utilized by STOP field agents. Formal education takes place entirely within these squads, and involves tuition in literacy, mathematics, self-defense, etc. Outside of the classroom, trainees have access to several extracurricular activities, including craft work, sports, and video games. Okay, you know what? That ain't terrible. They're still under subjugation and monitoring 24/7, but at least they got Mario Kart. If they got Mario Party, though, they're fucked. That's like... that's it. That's the end of their training. While these activities are beneficial for fostering bonds and growth between children, see what I mean? I find it notable that they overlap with the activities undertaken by stop operatives in the recovery period after the implantation of new cybernetics. So this means they are overlap with activities undertaken by stop operatives in the recovery period. Are they already? Oh, God. Are they conditioning them, or are they already affected? This includes sewing for hand-eye coordination, video games for reaction speed, etc. Ooh, interesting. I wonder what the science is behind that. The standard of care appears to be, at least, sufficient. CO458 has expressed that it is a significant improvement over his previous lodgings. Still, I have some questions to raise with Dr. Tan later. Dr. Deidre is strange. Alright, the notebook then. Intro, Deidre's diary. Like many academics, Deidre has thoughts about herself and the world around her. This is where she writes them. I see. So the report will tell me about where we're at in the organization, and then Deidre's personal thoughts are written down here. June 6th, 2070 something. Part of me just wants my thoughts to blow with the wind. Putting them into paper will have to do for now. Besides, all the blue light was making my eyes ache. The trainees are all orphans. I'm not surprised. But I am surprised that the YTDI isn't much different from a standard boarding school, militaristic dressing aside. Part of me just wants to be blown to the wind. Wouldn't it be nice to just be a leaf on the wind, without a care in the world, eventually meeting oblivion in the form of a trash compactor? Blissful to think about. Compared to how Stop's first few batches of field agents were housed, the accommodations here are downright luxurious. Still, that's comparing volunteer soldiers to abandoned children. A strange analogy, to put it mildly. And for some reason, the trainees' meals consist of lab script. Lab script, and only lab script. Why? It's true that lab script contains all the nutrients they need to grow healthy and strong, but it's intended for typical in vivo test subjects. It's typical vivo test subjects. Okay. It's true that lab script contains all the nutrients they need to grow healthy and strong, but it's intended for typical in vivo test subjects. I've seen the size of the budgets that SOP works with. They can definitely afford to feed these children real food. Okay, adds in 5. I'm gonna try and get through this section before that. At least the education is world class. Clearly, Stop's spending was to put to good use there. One time, Angie took me to a literacy lesson. Out of the blue, she asked a trainee to recite part of King Lear, and the girl belted it out like it was on a switch. I don't know how useful that skill was, but it was definitely impressive. Another time, the two of us watched as a teacher taught a squadron field pharmacy in the courtyard. That's really dangerous to give a kid pharmacy. Hey, Ricky with the fam right now, but how's it going? Going interesting. The origin story of Cautionne is very intriguing so far. If someone eats this mushroom, how would you counteract its effects with only the items in your bags? How long did they have before their airways close? It was intense, to say the least. At times, the teacher's question felt more like threats. But the building itself is immaculate, practically sparkling. If my shoes track dirt as I walk in, it's wiped away by the time I walk out. Even Stop headquarters doesn't agonize over the cleanliness to this extent. I just wish they showed that much care for the trainees themselves. Like that boy, CO458. For formal reasons, I can't mention it in recording sessions, but I know his name is Pavel. Was taking his name necessary? Are they that convinced about observer bias? He's an orphan. His name might be the only thing his parents ever gave him. Why scrub it away like it's some dirty stain to be removed? Like it's something dirty, a stain to be removed. The boy's lonely too. Yes, he has Shrira, but she isn't part of his squadron, his pre-assigned social group. His squad mates exclude him outside of class. They don't let him play with them, so CO458 is often in the Arts and Crafts Center, sewing or knitting by himself. And it's not much better in class. Kids roll their eyes when he's paired up with them for group tasks. Sometimes, they'll go behind his back and ask the teacher if they can swap for anyone else. Thankfully, the teachers never concede of CO458's team squad mates. But that hasn't stopped them from asking anyway. I think a lot of this could be solved if the kids weren't pitted against one another. Here. Competitive environments do not always work in your favor. All the trainees have their hobbies, but CO458 doesn't have much else. I know he likes superheroes, so I'll bring him some comics from the YTDI's library. Knowing Stop, I suspect the books there are vetted, but there's still a chance I might find something that'll make him smile. Maybe I could even use it to teach him. It certainly doesn't seem like any of his actual teachers are interested in personalizing the learning experience. Ugh. Oh, I also bought a pack of stickers for him. Do children his age think grape stickers are cool? What am I doing? I'm no child psychologist. Couldn't even qualify as a pediatrician. I really jumped into the deep end with this case study, didn't I? If I weren't senior Stop staff, I'd probably be sacked by now. Maybe grape is lame. Maybe orange is the way to go. God, I don't know anymore. Guess there's only one way to find out. D. Intriguing. Okay. We got an ad break coming up, so we're just going to sit right here and double check some things real quick. Namely, B, what did you sneak up with and slam me over the head with? Let me investigate. First off, thank you for whatever it is. Ah! Another Dark Parables game, The Exiled Prince. Intriguing. Why do I gotta investigate? Because I'm always excited to see what people's generosity brings me, like, especially if I can do it on stream. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. For those who don't know, B has gifted me a Dark Parables game before. I'll go and accept it right now. And they are I Spy games, basically. I have no idea if I'm going to play it on stream or try it off stream, but I have seen playthroughs of these kinds of games before, and they're not bad. They're actually a bit brain-straining and fun to watch, if you do it right. You can also have a lot of fun with the scenarios, so maybe I'll try streaming one someday. But we got a lot of games to get through, so who knows. But thank you very much, B. I look forward to it. Anyway, about the scenario so far. Goodness. Like, I've seen plenty of like sci-fi stuff like this where it's like cruelty to humanity and willingness to put children in the line of fire for the sake of science. Like, but this, the fact that we're already in here and everybody's taken the Kool-Aid and is okay with what's going on right now is a bit disturbing. I'm glad we're playing the one sane person in this entire labyrinth of lab rats. It's creepy. It's really creepy. I suspect it's going to go downhill very quickly when the game starts up. very Portal-esque already. But I'm trying to think of like a sci-fi movie I might have seen like this. None come to mind. Most of the sci-fi movies I've seen are like alien flicks, like This Island Earth. I'm just happy to share the game and series that has me in a chokehold. That's good. That's good. What is it? Of course, I've seen The Day the Earth Stood Still. That was a fantastic film. I've seen a lot of old alien movies. War of the Worlds, of course. But something like this, something that's like dystopian, utopian, I've only seen a couple like them. Their names escape me, though. I feel like that's definitely more psychological horror kind of thing, and I usually avoid those movies. But one sci-fi movie that has stuck with me to this day is Silent Running. It's a favorite of Papa Bones. And it's about a single pilot, a starship that is carrying the last trees known to mankind. And the ship is ordered to eliminate the trees during its voyage. And in response, one crew member kills all the others to save the tree. And now he has to go on silent running, which is little to no power, so he's not traced. And live with his decisions. It's a very, very cold movie, but it's really good. And it has it's like a 70s movie, so it's actually got a weirdly chipper soundtrack with a phenomenal female vocalist over it. But if you want a movie that really makes you think, it might make you cry, definitely look up Silent Running. It's a good movie. It's a good old movie. And it was shot entirely on an abandoned aircraft carrier, so it's got like really good interior design, really good set design. That's like repurposed American machining like that. Industrial machining, not American, industrial machining like that. Anyway, we've got control of the game again. So the notebook, looks like we got 3 options then. All right, so we've read the file, we've read the diary, and now we read the computer. Deirdre's computer, an old PC maintained with love. This is where Deirdre keeps recorded interviews for her case study. Oh. So we're gonna see Pavel's interview now. Interview with CO458. June 12th, 2070X. So 6 days after our diary entries. Oh, he seems happy.
All right, CO458, I've started recording. Before you fall over from all that wiggling.
Yay!
I'm just super excited. I'm glad to hear that. But, you can relax. We're just talking today. Really? Phew. My cheeks are numb from all that grinning. I can imagine. In fact, I think I did the same thing in my school photos. You did? I guess so. Though I stopped because, well, it made me look like a dork. That's pretty harsh. How'd you? You still kinda do. Okay. Have you ever been called something like that before? A dork? No, never. Well, maybe a few times. But other kids don't know anything, so it's their loss. What don't they know? That when I grow up, I'm gonna be super famous and super pretty and gonna have 1 billion friends. I'll cross my fingers for you. Anyways, we're starting to veer off topic, and I only have so much time, so... So, why don't I ask you some things? Okay, what do you want to know? For today, I have 3 questions. Pop quiz, huh? Okay, I'm ready to go. Great. Then let me just get my papers out. There we go. First question. How did you come to join the YTDI? What do you mean? I mean, before you became a trainee, where did you live? Well, Oh god, does he even remember? Did they drill it out of him? Okay, he does remember. I lived in an orphanage. Oh. And what was that like? Oh god, you don't want to ask that. I've heard plenty of horror stories about orphanages. I don't remember much, but it was pretty lonely. There weren't many others there? No, there was a whole bunch of us. But we shared rooms and beds and the adults' attention. So, you weren't treated as an individual? Yeah, I wasn't. A lot of us ran around and it was pretty noisy, but I was always bored. When it wasn't mealtime, school time, or chore time, I was stuck in the common room with most of the others. And 'cause we had to share so much, we fought all the time. Really? Yeah. Like one time, I wanted to play with the Scrabble board, but another girl said I couldn't have it, because all I did was trace the board's grid with my fingers. So I said to her, "Nuh-uh, that's how you play Scrabble." And then she said, "You're always doing stuff wrong." And then I made a face at her. And then she pulled my hair. And then... I'm assuming you both got into trouble. Yeesh. Okay, this kid has a little bit of violent tendencies. Then again, what kid wouldn't at that age, I guess? Yeah. I scratched her and she started crying. So I got punished. I found the rule book later. She was right. I was playing the game wrong. I said sorry, but the way I played was fun too. Interesting. Very interesting. How were you picked for the YTDI? You seem different from the other trainees. At least, compared to the others in your squadron. I don't know. One day, these people in white clothes came to the orphanage. They didn't want to play or talk or anything. They just watched us for a week or so. Then this loud person told me and a bunch of other kids that we had a fright. A bright future ahead of us. And then they brought us here. You must have come from a world away, huh? I don't think so. I fell asleep on the bus because I couldn't sleep the night before. But when we got here, it wasn't even lunchtime. I see. So the orphanage is not a long way from here. First question, is the orphanage a front for the YTDI? Because if that's true, that's really screwed up. It's really screwed up. But I'm jumping to conclusions. Let's move on to the next question. Are you getting along with your squadron? We're all supposed to get along with our squadron. I guess that lines up with what Angie told me. But, it's okay. You can be honest with me. Okay. Most of my squad mates are boring apple polishers. That's a good insult, and I'm gonna keep that one in my back pocket. Apple polishers, damn. They ain't me just cause the teachers get mad at me and make us stay in class for an extra 10 minutes. It's not my fault class is dull. And not like my doodles are bothering anyone. Did you know any of your squad mates back at the orphanage? No. For some reason, I was put in a different squad from everyone else I knew. Squad sorting must be done randomly, trying to avoid pre-established social grouping. Sorry, I just had to jot something down. What about your roommate? What do you think of her? Roommate? You mean Shry? Well, she's really quiet most of the time. But once you get to know her, she's really smart and kind. And most importantly, she's my best friend. You told me that when you introduced her to me. Yep. She's also my first friend. Oof, that hurts. And I guess my only one. When class is done, we talk about whatever whatever we want and do things together. Oh, and she teaches me all kinds of stuff. Tutoring? Like a few weeks ago, she taught me how to do my hair. Huh. Yeah, I feel that too. Uncomfortably so. So that's why you have a hairband there. Mm-hmm. I wear it all the time now. Is there anything else you do together? Filling in coloring books, playing Mary Mac or Sailor Went to Sea. Oh, and we read. Good kid. Good job, kid. You've done greater than most kids your age. Though Shryra's way better at me than it. At it. Speaking of people who can't read. Yeah. Life's moved in mysterious ways for me too, B. Like, way better. I had the teacher say she was 2 reading levels ahead of the rest of her squad. Wow. That's genuinely impressive. I know, right? She's so cool. The pit forming in the bottom of my stomach with all I know about this operation. Which brings me to my third and final question. When Shryra's not around, what do you like to do in your spare time? Sewing and knitting. When it's break time, I go to the arts and crafts room and make stuff. So far, I made a placemat and a headband and a scarf. I could show you them sometime if you want. Maybe another time. Okay. Just let me know when you change your mind. Actually, there's one more thing I like doing. But the teacher says it's not proper. Shoot. The word's right on the tip of my tongue. I know it starts with an L and begins... Is it literature? Yeah, that's the one! Anyways, I like reading comics. There's a lot less words in Shryra's books but they're filled with cool pictures. I wish my art was that cool. Well, you know what they say, right? Practice makes perfect. If you keep going, you'll get where you need to be. I'm one step ahead of you. Aw, he's been doodling comics in class. I knew a bunch of kids who were like that. They were really cool, honestly. Like, just having little sketches on their textbooks. I know it was defacing school property. It was really cool to see everybody like sketching out comics. Some of them did graffiti art in their own little notebooks. It was really cool. I've never been to formal school, but I've been to a different kind of school growing up. Only on the weekends. If you catch my drift. That's why I doodle in class. So I can get good, fast. Is there anything else you enjoy doing? Well... Alright, Centurion, take care. Rest well. I know it's real late for you, so... Thank you very much. You have yourself a good night, or good morning, whatever it may be for you. See you next time. There's lots of stuff I want to try, but... class and homework's always in the way. I had a bad habit of being one of the ones to draw on the desks. Oh... Oh, B. I can only imagine how many great works are just scrubbed off with hydrochloric acid. Yeesh. But, hey, you can't really stop the artists. Once you give them a canvas that glorious, you can't really stop them. Blah. I'm sorry. I hope you can get more free time in the future. Yeah, me too. So, that's all the questions I have. I think I'm comfortable stopping here. Huh? You're leaving already? Yes, I'm afraid I'm still playing catch-up with work. Playing? No, you know how you have your classes in your... Oh, I get it. You've got homework too, huh? You seem like a very busy lady, Dr. Deirdre. More so than usual. But I should have enough time to dig out my Scrattle board. You have a Scrattle board? I do. Right in my basement. Or was it in storage? Either way, I'll find it. And we can play in it whichever way you want. Really? You shouldn't underestimate me, though. You're talking to a Scrattle champion. Or, an ex-champion. It's been a bit since I last played. Whoa! A Scrattle champion! I really do have to go now. But here, please take this. Consider it a thank you of sorts. The grape sticker. What? What's this? It's a special kind of sticker. If you scratch and sniff! Nice! They gave me actual paper, the desks would have been spared. I know, but I also know, I remember one of the few times where the teacher was so nice and got us pizza, and it was cut up so tiny because he could only afford to get us one pizza from a local cheapo Little Caesars. So, paper is probably expensive too. Whoa! It smells like grapes! Yeah, it sure does. Is it, cool? Thank you, Dr. Deirdre! And, thank you for talking with me.
I'll see you next week, yes?
Keep bringing in awesome stuff like this, and I'll talk to you every day.
We're bribing the kid with kitty things. I kind of feel like a monster. But at least he's happy. Oh, jeez. Alright. No, okay. I was in high school during COVID and the aftermath. Sheesh. I'm impressed, to say the least. They transferred over to digital and laptop. Oh, no. That's horse hockey. Man, can't have shit physical these days. Alright, what's on our phone? Intro. Deirdre's phone. Sometimes, Deirdre needs Iris to lend her an ear. As Deirdre's former supervisor, what advice can Iris give her? The craft center was nice. I mean, that's got to be a good sign, right? A good sign and a good thing are different matters. Come on, help me out here. Help isn't what you're texting me for, is it? I think I had to repeat a grade. Brother, that sucks. I didn't know you had to repeat a grade, though. That's news to me. Besides, I'm a lot more concerned about the militaristic conditions you reported. That can change. Yet every time you critique some part of YTDI, Dr. Tan seems to resist. English and history? Okay, you know what? Fair, because, like, English is a difficult language, and history requires a lot of memory. You need to be invested in what you're learning there, and teachers don't always do a good job. Great job on math, though. Yet every time you critique some part of YTDI, Dr. Tan seems to resist. Angie's always been pretty rigid. She's not a bad person, just very by the books. Dr. Tan is an associate director. She's been around for so long that she writes the book. No one's forcing her to stay where she is. I could have easily been in her shoes, Iris. Not with her scruples. I never worked directly with Tan, but I know her reputation. She's got a savior complex. That's dangerous. Okay. KK, dear Google, what is a savior complex? I might be the first. I think I get it by. Okay. In psychology, a savior complex is an attitude and demeanor in which a person believes they're responsible for assisting other people. A person with a savior complex will often experience empathetic episodes and commit to impulse decisions such as volunteering, donating, and advocating for a cause. Oh, jeez. She's selfless to a fault and sees it as her life's goal to help others. And if somebody's convinced her that this is helping, this could be an explosive situation faster than you can say C4 charge ready. What? She just wants to help people. I'm sure she believes that, but she works in cybernetics. And when you're holding a hammer, everything looks like a nail. You haven't seen her with the trainees. Every time we pass by a group of them, she smiles and waves, asks how they're doing. And they give her the biggest, sweetest smiles back. They don't do that to any of the other researchers. Deirdre. She's my friend, Iris. You're one of the brightest people I know. Maybe the best of your generation. So why are you looking away from the truth? You've seen the lab script, the classrooms, the panopticon. You don't owe Tan your trust. Or anyone at STOP for that matter. They've given their stamp of approval for all of this, and it smells rotten. We can heal that rot. If you say so. I just want to have faith in the colleagues and friends I've worked with for years. We've made this world the safest it's been in decades. So I'm positive that things will get better. Angie included. Even a genius can't change the mind of someone who's not listening. That's why the case study needs to go on. I will make them all listen. Right. Anything else you wanted to discuss? You know that trainee I chose to work with for my case study? CO458. I bought him a grape-scented sticker the other day. He loved it. Well then, I take back what I said. Sounds like it's all rosy over there. It isn't. June 13th, 2070X. The lighting's different. Why? From the bridge, I gaze below at the courtyard. As the sun begins to set, its beams softly tint the YTDI's walls and floors a pale orange. Ah, okay. It's comforting. Even the black of the pillar in the center of the room looks warmer than usual. Warm. I never thought I'd see the YTDI that way. It's worlds apart from my first impression of it 1 month ago. 30 days of observing classes, conducting interviews, and writing notes. And they felt like seconds. I wonder if it's my age. The older I've grown, the quicker time passes. Ugh, don't remind me, man. Feels like this entire year has gone by in the snap of a finger. But at the same time, I do have a lot to remind me that it hasn't. Thankfully. Summer, fall, winter, spring. All of it passing by while Musing over my impending mortality won't get me anywhere. Thank you, Doctor, for recognizing that doom spiraling. But the YTDI really does look warm right now. If there weren't other people in the building, I'd go down to the ground floor and take a nap in the grass. Right now, I'm sure some of the trainees are doing the same. That does sound nice. Children shouldn't have cybernetics. Or lab script diets. The YTDI is an affront to my research. Any sane person would agree with me. It's why I'm doing everything I can to shut it down, behind the backs of the people who run this program. But I can't object to giving children, unwanted children, a home, an education, a guaranteed future. They don't have to hunt for scraps or wake up each morning and search for shelter over their heads. As long as they stay here, the YTDI... Once again, Angie's voice cuts my thoughts short. Let me take a sip of water. Did I interrupt something? You're looking pretty contemplative. No, it's nothing. Could have fooled me. Am I that easy to read, Angie? Far from it. I've needed a lot of practice. Guess you've had plenty of opportunities to do so. So, what can I do for you? Oh, it's nothing work-related. Not like I have trainee info to give you anyways. Thank you, Dolly. I'll take another sip just in case. I just wanted a chance to catch up. I've been here for, what, a month now? You've been here for, what, a month now? Would you look at that? 1 month exactly. Lucky guess! You want to take a stroll? They say walking and talking gets the blood flowing. Talking gets the blood flowing? More than standing here staring at nothing. Come on. We've got a lot to catch up on, don't we? I hope this is illuminating, and not an interrogation disguised as a friendly stroll. We begin to walk around the bridge's perimeter. Our pace is slow, aimless, lazy even, and our conversation is just as meandering. See any films lately? Any takeout places you'd recommend? I know modern art's not your thing, but I think you would enjoy this new exhibit, and if you don't, you can pick where we have dinner next time. As we chat, my whole body relaxes. It was like this in the beginning. Waiting outside of Stop's headquarters, excited to take Angie out for our pre-weekend burgers and milkshakes. We were young, and the world didn't make sense, but our work always did.
Hey, D.
Hey, yourself.
D?
I hear Angie calling my name, and my mind snaps back into focus. Is something wrong?
No, nothing.
I was just wondering if you were ready to, you know, bring up what was going on earlier. Oh, that. No pressure. If you're not up to it, no, I am. Which reminds me, I'm going to go ahead and save, because we've done quite a lot. No, I am. I just need a moment. Take all the time you need. I take a deep breath to think about how to approach this, because we are staring at the enemy. We cannot trust her. Don't do it, Deirdre. Actually, can I ask you a question? As a friend. Go ahead. I'm all ears. Why did you end up working for the YTDI? That's a big question. It's one that's been on my mind a lot, actually. You saw that classified file, yeah? Pardon me? The one with the summary documents and the How did you know about that? A disgruntled employee blew up at us a few months back. Swiped a bunch of files taken out of context, and then tried to shop them out to anyone who would listen. This was around the time you were curious about the YTDI, right? We might be in trouble. Hello, Ryan. Welcome on in. Hope your dinner was good. We are in the thick of protoViolence, the prequel to Malviolence. And we're talking with Dr. Angie, and she's talking about a certain document that forced us to transfer into the YTDI division to investigate and make sure that they weren't excessively harming the children with cybernetics. What's happened so far? We are playing as Dr. Deirdre Destrange, you know, Dr. Danger from the previous game, and she has put it upon herself to join the YTDI division, figure out what's happening with the children who are being enhanced with cybernetics, see how they're being treated and all that. And we have met what is to be Cautionne, aka Pavel, and interviewed him. He comes from an orphanage, rough and tumble, and we're slowly making friends with him. This is Dr. Angie, a good friend of Dr. Deirdre. She's been working here quite a longer while than we have, and we've been working here a month. Right now we're just having a conversation about why she joined up. And we're trying to get that information out right now. And she's talking to us about a document that's been making the circulation that's put the YTDI in a bad light. Just to make sure. Tell me the whole thing again, because I wasn't listening. I'm so tempted to waste my breath on a joke, but we'll continue on, because this is taking a toll on my voice as per usual. This was around when you were first curious about the YTDI, right? Yes. People asked if I knew about it. Of course, at the time I didn't have the full picture. You know those animal rights groups? The ones with ridiculous PR teams? Yes, PETA, I've heard about them before. They're not great. They demonize undergrads for dissecting rats. Blast the web with overly saturated gory photos, sensationalized blog posts, social media campaigns. The works. Cherry-pick their information to make normal scientists look vile, and make themselves look heroic. But those lab researchers care for those animals like they were their own pets. There's piles of paperwork, elaborate onboarding procedures, frequent inspections on their welfare. Angie, this is kids we're talking about, not animals. Living, breathing children. You and I were children once. This is not the same. You've drinking the Kool-Aid, man. Not the Kool-Aid man, but the Kool-Aid man. Even on a practical level, they discourage their suffering. There aren't any rats at this facility, Angie. Of course not. Just wanted to make an analogy. You know, people exaggerating things and all that. Ah, okay. Then I apologize for... No, I'm glad you pointed it out. Don't want you to take anything I said the wrong way. You were gonna tell me about why you joined the YTDI? Right. We went off topic, didn't we? Everyone has the right to a bright future. I freaking knew it. We were warned that she had a savior complex. She believes that bringing these children in, educating them, is saving them. She's turning a blind eye to the side effects that children enhanced with cybernetics could have because they're being saved from the orphanage. Oh, this has just gotten so much darker. Yeah, there's not much to take a chance on, but let's see some odds. Most of these trainees don't come from pleasant backgrounds. All of them are orphans. Many of them lived in places that couldn't even feed them once a day. So if Stop hadn't intervened, their futures would have been... Oh, thank goodness for the good luck. We're gonna need luck to survive undercover here. Well, that's why I think the YTDI has potential, you know? It provides its trainees with housing, a community, a secure life, a cage, food once a day, 3 times per day, clothing. It's a zoo. And we're running it, Angie. And by giving it a secure life, the YTDI will prevent future crimes. So in the long term, the YTDI will contribute to Stop's raison d'etre. Exactly. And in the short term, we're changing these trainees' lives for the better. Still, yeah, the bare minimum, exactly. Seeing children receive cybernetic enhancements, that just doesn't sit right with me. I understand. You don't want to be remembered as the mother of the cyborg children, do you? I don't have anything to say to that. She's spot on. We don't do anything here for fickle reasons. Subjects are only cybernetically enhanced if we feel that their quality of life can be improved. That file you saw? All those photos? Every one of those children were physically disabled. It doesn't make it right. But I saw... It was a girl with a blonde eye. Trainee 02145. I remember. Oh, God. Now I need the good luck. Anophthalmia. Nope. Anophthalmia. 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 Probably like that. Her poor vision caused her to struggle in class, so we gave her a new eye. Now her essays are on par with some of the top students in her squadron. I see. Speak your honesty if you like. I'll get to it when I see it. Some of the trainees came here with congenial defects. Others with injuries from horrible accidents. Yeah, no, they shouldn't. No, this is terrible. And she's justified it by saying they're taking orphans and putting them in a better environment. A sanitized, analytical environment where they are going to be experimented on, but definitely a step up from the orphanage. That's so screwed up. That's such a screwed up way of thinking. We've only ever used cybernetics to level the playing field between them and their abled squad mates. Right. My shoulders feel lighter. She's lulling you into a false sense of security, Deirdre. Deirdre. My brow unfurrows. Debatable? Yeah, that'd be the word for it. A home. Yes. A home. A loving adoptive family. Yes. This is not an improvement. This is trading one hell for another, and she doesn't see that. My shoulders feel lighter, my brow unfurrows. I'm relieved to hear that. I'm relieved to know that my legacy hasn't been completely tarnished. We've bought it.
I want you to know if you have any concerns, you can always come and talk to me.
Hook, line, and sinker.
Or just vent, if it's after hours.
Almost feels like old times.
Yeah, we're practically kids again.
Hey, want to come to the arts and crafts room? Wait, isn't it for trainees? So, most of them are in their rooms right now. Even if that's true, you know I'm not good with... Aw, D. I'm not expecting the next cloud gate or anything. It's just to decompress. Fine. I'll come. Yes! But in return, I get to pick the restaurant for dinner. Oh, dinner sounds so lovely right now. Oh, so we're eating out again? Just like old times. Just like old times indeed. She gives me the shivers, y'all. She gives me the shivers and shakes thinking about how she's justifying this sick act in her mind. August 13th, 2070X. Another month has gone... 2 months have gone by, actually. This is month 3 for her. Okay. I'm going to take a small break. This is going to be a 3-hour stream already. I'm getting too invested in this, but going to take a small break, run some ads, folks. On the YouTube side of things, you won't see any changes, but we will be right back after these messages. And we're back, folks. This is getting more and more interesting as time goes on. And I'm all here for it. I just hope my voice is still here by the end of this. I'll be fine. I hope. Give me a second. All better. All better. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you. All right. So then. Well, we started with the case file, so may as well do that again and repeat the process. Case study reports. 8.4.27x. Regular conversations with CO458 had continued. Contrary to what I witnessed while observing his classroom, CO458 has been inquisitive and willing to cooperate with my study in our one-on-one interactions. It is my firm belief that CO458's intelligence is not below the norm. Yes, I will take a hydration myth. Rather, the teaching methods used by the YTDI are insufficient to engage him. That is correct. As somebody who was brought up homeschooled, not every kid is going to be interested in the same one-size-fits-all curriculum. What his instructors have labeled as acting out appears to merely be an expression of boredom. Considering the number of children the YTDI has under its roof, I do not believe that CO458 is the only trainee having difficulty with their assignments. I have noted that his squad instructors rarely encourage creative solutions to their exercises, and instead prefer the completion of tasks to a set rubric. Set rubric? Okay, that's a new one. Aw, that is good. What the heck is a rubric? A set, class, or category, title, or name. In the realm of education, a rubric is a scoring guide used to evaluate the quality of students' constructed responses. Oh, okay. No, because, I mean, I've told this to everybody I know now at this point. I never had standardized education as a kid. So, I've never heard of the term rubric before. I know a Rubik's Cube, but rubric? Nope. No idea. So it's a scoring system, I see. Yeah, certain expectations, that makes sense. Standard-based teaching methods have often produced results that look good on a spreadsheet, but they rarely result in significant information retention or well-developed critical thinking skills. That is correct. On top of this, children with learning disorders are often left behind. This kind of feels like a commentary on modern education now. Interesting. What worries me is that CO458's antics often results in his entire class being punished for his actions. The intent behind this measure is to emphasize that the squad is a unit. A failure on one member's part reflects on them all. Perhaps this is successful in other squads, but in CO458's case, all they seem to have managed to do is other him from his peers. Dr. Deidre Destrange. Other him from his peers. That's a strange way of using that phrase. But I get it. Okay. In our personal diary, we read, August 12th, 27x. I wasn't prepared for the number of trainees who were happy to be at the YTDI. The number of trainees who were overjoyed is because they had clean clothes and sheets. And money doesn't necessarily buy quality, but STOP really isn't cheaping out on their schooling and board. They're practically throwing money at this program, even if the staff sometimes treat the trainees carelessly. The trainees are given a rigorous curriculum of math, literacy, physical education, and self-defense. But the instruction is cold. I'm not a teacher. But I know that I only learned to love science because a physics teacher told me I'd be a good fit for her club. If she hadn't shown me personal attention, where would I be now? No amount of punishment could have made me Dr. Destrange. True. You just need to know how to love what you want to learn. One time, I watched CO458 and his squadron line up to receive the results of their grammar quiz. It wasn't hard for me to guess how well each trainee did. Some shied away from their squad mates. Others threw their heads back in relief. But when CO458 arrived at the front of the line... What? I have to do another makeup quiz? But I started really hard this time. Not hard enough, I'm afraid. The quiz will start at the time I wrote. See you then. No. That's gonna get in the way of my crafting time. Why can't it be? There's no point in throwing a tantrum. You're going to take the makeup quiz at the time I set, whether you like it or not. Now go. It's rude to hold up the rest of your squadron. Again? Again? Something like that. Alright, everyone. 10-minute penalty. Line up against the whiteboard. Quietly. Jeez. CO458. You'll be in the middle. Poor kid. I remember my family telling me that I couldn't have ADHD because I wasn't overactive and did well in school. No, people just build up tolerances to their own mental bullshit sometimes. As CO458 dragged his feet to the front of the classroom, I watched the other trainees. Some of them rolled their eyes at him. Others gave him a bitter glare. Given the way the teachers pitted the trainees against CO458, I wasn't surprised they disliked him. To them, he was a dead weight to their squadron. An underperforming troublemaker. And to me, he was... Seeing no one help him left an indescribable emptiness in my chest. Children like him aren't dumb. If you treat them this way, they'll learn that their performance determines their worth as a person. I've known college students who found that level of responsibility overwhelming, but these trainees are elementary schoolers. They need coaching to get things through to them. Frankly, I'm surprised there aren't more stragglers. I acknowledge that the YTDI is a new program, and STOP isn't an educational organization. Growing pains are par for the course. Angie's been listening to my criticisms. She's not stonewalling me, but she's defensive and practiced at it. She's always ready to fire off her statistics in response. Half the trainees were illiterate before they came here. Now, 98% of them are performing above metrics. Meanwhile, I ask about my own suggestions for the YTDI. She claims they're in queue to be heard. There's a long chain of command to go through. She is listening to me. Except when it comes to the use of cybernetics. Yeah, he's a child. He's a kid. Give him a break. You gotta do the pill and the apple kind of deal with kids. All the time. Like babies. They have to have bright, interesting things in front of them if you want to educate them. You know, that's why Sesame Street works so well. It's because it's comedy, puppetry, and education in one lovely, expertly crafted package. Except when it comes to the use of cybernetics. Angie says they're helping disabled trainees, but she brushes off the side effects as easily as if we were discussing fringe theories in the classrooms. And whenever she does, I can't help but wonder, how are those trainees coping with technology grafted to their bodies? Did they ask for these enhancements? Do I want my research to be associated with these procedures? I'm so disappointed in you, Dahlia. I'm so disappointed in you, Dahlia. Thank you for the 6 and 7 bits, Dahlia. Mother God. Worst pennies I've ever earned. Dog! It's fine. It is silly. It's why I drag my feet with essays and such. I just never fully understood it. I got the basics, sure, but I was still underperforming compared to my peers. Yeah, essays are interesting. I was okay at them. And I'm fairly good at writing. My grammar is probably garbage because I overuse adjectives as I've learned today as I was recording stuff. But essays, the big thing is that you just want to understand what they want from you and how to do it and for me, it's how to do it in the least amount of words and pages possible. Like, you just need to break down exactly what they asked you to research. Do I want my research to be associated with these procedures? Well, I'll try to be patient with Angie for now. Convincing people takes time. Besides, the YTDI has other problems. Like what? The trainees sleep in a panopticon. No matter where their rooms are, there'll be guards and cameras peering inside. The games, books, and shows they have access to are limited in their themes. And I've seen more than one trainee tense up whenever I pass by their dorm's window. Yeah, that's definitely a problem. I actually am very particular with the fonts I use whenever I do Word documents and Google Docs. Like the standard fonts, I just have to swap them out every time. I'm sure the staff are miserable too. The guards eat their meals while they're on duty. The teachers' curriculums are stringent. And it's a wonder the researchers can see their screens when they're blatantly ignoring what's in front of them. That's good, B. That's good. If STOP wants its own boarding school division or JROTC program, the more power to them. But I wish the YTDI wouldn't be so cavalier with cybernetics. Cavalier with cybernetics? Overbearing with security measures? Draconian with education? I don't know. The more I think about it, the less I want to write. I hope Angie was right about my suggestions being in queue. I have this dreadful feeling that change can't come soon enough. D. Okay. Now we look at the latest interview. Interview with CO458. August 13th, 2070X. Alright, let's see here.
Oh, the video camera wasn't on.
Oof, that's unfortunate.
Oopsie. Guess the world will never know the results of our grand Scrattle match, huh?
Obviously, we won, right? It's quite a shame. Your skills have improved tremendously. But I lost again! Well, I was a Scrattle champion. You just learned this rule set a couple of weeks ago. I mean it. You are very good. I think you could go toe-to-toe with Shreya now. Oh-ho? Have you foolish adults finally reevaluated my reading ability? Oh, wait. I don't think Shreya knows how to play Scrattle. Could you teach her? From what you told me, I think she'd also make a wonderful player. The only essay I was ever proud was one he actually gave me a perfect score on. And that one was just an argumentative essay about the stereotypical American dream and how it differs from person to person in The Great Gatsby, and how Gatsby never achieved this. Oh my god, that sounds like a great read. I'm already thinking of the plot points myself. I've only watched the movie with Leonardo DiCaprio, but I immediately see how you can dissect that in an essay form. Intriguing. Very intriguing. Well, you deserve that perfect score, because that sounds like a really fun task. Maybe. I don't know if I'll have the time, you know? What do you mean? Did something happen? Pavel, why aren't you telling us? Can I tell you a secret? Okay. So, my teacher asked me to stay behind in class. I thought he had spotted me drawing again, but he told me I didn't have to study anymore, 'cause one of the researchers talked to him. Just make sure it doesn't have anything sensitive on it like your name, okay, B? Or anything tying you to an organization. You just gotta be careful about that. I'd love to read it, but you gotta be careful about what you send. That's strange. What did they tell him? Well, they said I'm gonna go through my first processing. Oh, God. He's wearing glasses. Oh, this guy's got real. Processing? What is that? I don't know. None of us know. I mean, I know that everyone gets processed eventually. And that processed trainees graduate. And that when you graduate, you leave the initiative. Leave? You're not old enough to be a soldier. What do you mean, leave? That's rather vague. That's what I said. They must be hiding something. I don't know what's gonna happen to me. When I think about it at night, I can't sleep. It makes my skin all prickly. Anxiety is what that is. But you want to know what's really strange? None of my squad mates are getting processed with me. Is that unusual? Yeah. We always see other trainees leave for processing in groups of 2 or 3 or 4. Never one. CO458, I'm not stupid. I know why I was picked. It's 'cause I doodle in class. 'Cause I forget my homework. 'Cause when it's time for group projects, none of my squad mates want to work with me. Because whenever I try to talk to someone, they always act so tired. My squad, the other trainees, even my teachers, I know they want me processed. Oh, it is just as I feared. I sense it, even when they don't speak to me. Because they all hate me. I don't think that's true. Shreya doesn't hate you. Shreya, she's in a different squad. She doesn't have to be around me or when we do class. If she was always getting punished because of me, well, I like you too. How about that? You're just saying that because of your case study thing. No. No. I mean it. You're a talented artist. Your excitement is infectious. You're much smarter than people give you credit for. And I think you're lovely just the way you are. We got him to smile for a second. Can I ask you something? Go right ahead. Could you visit me as soon as my first processing is over? Of course. I mean, my case study requires it. Pinky swear? Don't do this to me, kid. I already have enough bad paternal habits as it is. Pinky swear. And if you break your promise, you can, break my finger? Huh? Really? No, that's not how it... Please don't. But I will come back for you, no matter what. Oh boy.
I promise.
Alright, Iris, we would love to have a chat with you right about now. Deirdre, did you censor anything from your talks with Tan? From what I could read, she's far from honest. Angie isn't some zealot. She's a brilliant scientist and a dear friend. I just need a little more time to get her on my side. It's been 3 months. When I said she was rigid, I wasn't kidding. But you know, talking to her made me think. If we rebuild the YTDI from the inside out, it could be a net positive for children everywhere. 4 months ago, you were afraid the YTDI would leave you with a foul legacy. That your research and cybernetic sync rates would make you the mother of cyborg children. And now you want to rebuild the YTDI? If they got rid of the cybernetics, I'm confident that STOP could turn the YTDI into a competent institution. Yeah, children into soldiers. That sounds great, Deirdre. Deirdre, that sounds great. You're trying to make the best out of a shitty situation and it's not working. It's not gonna fly with me. Competent institutions don't feed kids lab script. That's good. Okay, I'll give it a read when I got the time. Thank you, B. Should be very interesting. I'm not going to burn everything down for a better future. It's not incompatible with what you want, Iris. Think, Deirdre. Deirdre. Oh no, I'm sure it's fine. Whatever helped you finish it will probably help me. Think, Deirdre. STOP is a security organization, not a charity. They offer peace of mind for sale. They'd do anything to keep the world leaders lining their pockets. Why else would they be enhancing children, except for their own benefit? They only give cybernetics to physically disabled trainees. I doubt those trainees asked for them. This argument is unproductive, Iris. Look, let's say the YTDI was shut down tomorrow, like you clearly want it to be. Where would all the trainees go? Who else would have the resources and the will to take them all in? STOP didn't make YTDI with kind intentions. I can tell you that much. Don't be so conspiratorial. Don't be so blind. Your research built the foundations for this program. I know. Then speak up. Hello, Hexlam. Welcome on in. Welcome. Oh, wait. That Hexlam? I think that Hexlam. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, that Hexlam. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. We're in the middle of a sci-fi dystopian VN. This is protoViolence. How you doing? Hope you're enjoying your evening. Yes, she is being blind. We're having a conversation with our cohort, with our what's the word I'm looking for? Our colleague. Doing good. That's good to hear. Yes, we're having a conversation with a colleague about a institution that is brought in orphans and put them into a sterile environment that is for testing and analysis. And they are implanting cybernetic enhancements into them. And our character, Deirdre, is trying to rationalize this in her head, thinking that she can make a big change and sort all this out into a greater good because they're being taken from orphanages and put into safe, sterile, nice conditions, but it's just a cage. It's just a cage. Then speak up. Deirdre, you're not winning this argument. Not in your head. Not with her. Not with Iris. August 29th, 27X. Okay. Oh, B. Okay, no interview. That's a problem. What's our most recent report? Case study reports. Let's go get an ice cream. What'd I miss? Pavel 0458 is going to be processed. And I think we're about to find out the outcome of that. Orange creamsicle flavored ice cream pint. Oh man, that does sound good. Oh, that would be so zesty. Well, at least one of you has ice cream. We're not sure either. From my understanding, based on what I played in the first game, it is more than likely that he is getting tests processed or having cybernetics implanted. Mint chocolate chip. Interesting choice. Interesting choice. It's not my personal favorite, but I know a lot of people, it's divisive among people whether or not they like it. So case study reports 81427X. Focus study of CO458 is on hold while the subject undergoes processing. Observation of CO458's former squad have continued in the meantime, with little to report. Without CO458's presence, classroom time is quiet and proceeds evenly. Conducted short interviews with trainees in his cohort. Anxiety about future graduations is high. Currently seeking clearance to visit CO458 in recovery. We'll update after I've had an opportunity to do so. Dr. Deirdre Destrange. I'm scared to touch this. So we're just gonna do the diary real quick. Bubblegum is good too. I feel like I've tasted bubblegum ice cream at least once. Maybe like at a kid's birthday party. I'm still a basic bitch and always go with vanilla or Neapolitan. But that's just because like we always get that kind of ice cream at parties. Butter pecan is also good from what I hear. A nutty flavor in ice cream sounds delicious, honestly. I should give that more of a shot once I get over my gird a bit more. Can't go wrong with vanilla. No, you cannot. And you could spice it up with sprinkles and such. August 20th, 27X. Where could CO458 have gone? The security board told me that it would be at least another week before he'd return. Kid is getting processed. We're talking about ice cream. So sorry. Yeah. Of course, they didn't mention anything about processing. Processing. It sounds scientific, but it could mean practically anything. And it happens to involve cybernetics. No, there is only so much they can do before puberty. It should be minor. Maybe even... Why am I still trying to rationalize this? I've deferred to stop and all its excuses, despite having the proof right in front of me. Ooh. So, alright, sorry B. We'll stop talking about... Stop talking about the wonderful, cold deliciousness that is ice cream. Sorry. I'm too used to making fun of Dahlia. I defer to stop in all its excuses, despite not having the proof right in front of me. They want to use my research to modify children. Why? I don't know, and frankly, it doesn't matter. If the YTDI was serving the greater good, why have Angie and her coworkers acted so evasive? Give me a second. Had to clear my throat. So secretive. I can't afford to be humble or gracious or cowardly anymore. I know more about cybernetics than every other researcher in their department put together. And yet, I allowed myself to be cowed. I acted respectively. I never caused a scene. Because I cared so much more about appeasing Stop than doing the right thing. I can't look away anymore, so they shouldn't be able to either. I'll finish my reports. Thrust it in their faces. Make them see what they've wrought. I'll be diplomatic, even if it means biting my tongue. And I'll write this. All cybernetics have limitations. If CO458 is being modified, the most I could do is enhance his optic nerves. Still invasive and perverse, but once he's endured the anesthesia and intense PT regimens, it ultimately won't affect his daily life. They wouldn't risk harming a valuable young subject with anything more extreme. Hopefully, the worst will soon be over. CO458 is still alive. Once he's gone through processing, I'll make every effort to place him in an environment better suited for a child his age. But first, I need to think of an appropriate recovery gift. Something I can fit in my lab coat pockets. D. Okay. What is this? Interview with S1474. Shia. August 20th, 27X. Hey. Thank you for speaking with me. I'm sorry, by the way, about how sudden all of this is.
It's okay. I can always do my homework tomorrow morning.
Though I might not finish before class starts. Ah, your teachers already know about your interview today. They agreed to give you an extension. Well, that's good. That's kind of you. I didn't know they gave extensions. They've never given them before? No. In my squad, we're supposed to move at the same pace as each other. Like a flock of... God damn it. Excuse me a moment. Yay! Dahlia killed one for once. Thank you, Dahlia. Anyway, back on topic. Like a flock of... birds, right? Yeah, I introduced you to the I'm glad you found out about the mod icons. So, an extension for someone who falls behind is... From what your teachers have told me, you seem like the leader among your squadron. I got the impression that they didn't expect a missed assignment to deter you. Does that make you feel better? Good. Then, please introduce yourself.
My name is Trainee S4-174.
That's good, Dahlia, that's good. Yeah. You told me your name the first time we met. Why not now?
I didn't want C0-458 to feel alone.
C0, darn it. I see. What was your life like before you joined the YTDI? You don't have to talk about anything that makes you uncomfortable. It was very far away from here. I see. There was one from the mountain, one from the city, one from the beach, and one from... somewhere. A neighborhood. I see. Thank you. I'll move on. Question 2. Are you getting along with your squadron? Honestly? Please. Honestly, I feel like I'm trapped inside glass. My squad mates see me. They know I exist. But they don't know how to reach me. And to be honest, I don't know how to reach them either. That hurts. Is that a malformed limb? It probably doesn't help that they're weirded out by my arm. I see. None of my squad mates are missing anything. But that doesn't stop the kids in other squads from getting along. Maybe there's something wrong with me. Or maybe it's that lady. The one with the messy hair and the dangly earrings. Angie? You mean Angie? Dr. Tan? What does she... She likes to meet me after class. Ask how I'm doing with homework. Have me write or carry things for a few minutes. Sometimes she'll take a roll of measuring tape and wrap it around my arm. And if I do well, she'll pat my head and give me candy. Oh god, she's being measured for an enhancement. I thought candy was practically contraband around here. I don't mind any of that, but every time Dr. Angie takes me aside, she and my teachers tell my squad mates to follow my example. And I think some of them are jealous of that. And how do you feel about it? Sick to my stomach. I don't like working. No, yeah, Angie is soured in my mind too, B. I know she is basically the cult leader here. Yeah, no, she, like I said, she drank the Kool-Aid. She's in the sauce. She's the leader, the ringmaster. And I'm very wary of her. I don't like working. I don't like being in the spotlight. They call me a hard worker, but I'm just trying to escape notice. Just trying to avoid arguments, fights. The other kids. But my squad mates drag me into their messes anyway. They want Dr. Angie's attention. They want to be praised. They want candy. They want... Poor kids, yeah. They all want to be someone's favorite. Okay, I do notice something real quick. Just as in case. My class scares me, Dr. Deirdre. We don't have to talk about them anymore if you don't want to. Please. Well then. What do you think of C0458? C0-458. I like him. He's my best friend. He told me the same thing. That makes me really happy. When I first came to the YTDI, he was my assigned roommate. As soon as I entered my dorm, he marched over and swung his hand up to greet me. He had this big, goofy grin on his face. I've seen it before. Strangers that act friendly. Bad people with fake smiles that are trying to get something from you. And I didn't know what he wanted from me. So for the first few weeks, I tried to avoid him as much as possible. Finding a quiet corner in the library. Hiding in a bush in the middle of the courtyard. I thought he'd get tired of it after a couple of days. But somehow, he'd always find me anyway.
One day, I couldn't stand it anymore. So I just asked him, "Why do you keep bugging me?" And you know what he told me?
What'd he tell you?
You look lonely. I want to be your friend. He wasn't hiding anything. He didn't want anything from me. Somehow, I could just tell he was sincere.
And that's how you two became close. After that, I stuck with C0-458 whenever I could. Playing games with him, writing stories together. Sometimes we just sit in silence and read books from the library. Well, that does sound nice. I owe a lot to C0-458. This is a prequel, What Happened to This Girl? We don't know. Yet. I have a sickening feeling. I do. But we don't know yet. C0-458. Because of him, my dorm is the place I don't feel like I'm walking on eggshells. But is something wrong? The camera? Yeah. It's a standard model. Video, but no audio. There's no need to worry. It won't pick up anything on anything we say. And you think this room isn't tapped? Really? But in class, we're told they have microphones. Some of them do, technically. But the mic's limited in range, so it'll only record poor quality sound. And since fixing poor sound is expensive and time-consuming, Stop usually keeps the mics off. Deirdre, you're playing with fire here. I see. Did you want to continue? I'm worried about C0-458. You've been watching over him, right? Yes. So you've seen how they treat him in class? Yes. If you stay a bad student, you'll get a nasty punishment. One that will change your life forever. That's what everyone whispers. When I first heard the rumor, I was terrified. I didn't want C0-458 to... Not everything after he did for me. Not after everything he did for me. Gosh darn it. I need to talk. I need to read. So, I tried helping him after school. I taught him how to concentrate in boring classes. Or fake it. We read through textbooks together. I even wrote him a sheet of study notes. But no matter how hard he tried to get better, he kept getting picked on. Even though he was improving, they kept singling him out and then he told me he was getting processed. Do you know what that means? No. But after he said it, he didn't want to look at me anymore.
They took him away last week. Without him, everything's so quiet. He's not flipping through comic books, or scribbling on his desk, or rummaging through my box of hairbands.
Oh boy.
Am I a bad friend for thinking he's being punished right now?
No. I'm worried about that too. I wish I knew what to say. Aren't you a doctor? Don't you know what's happening to him? I'm sorry. I'm as much in the dark as you are. But knowing C0-458, I'm sure he'll be okay. He's a strong boy. You think so? I know so. He is the center of my case study after all. I hope you're right. I think I'll conclude our interview here. You look tired. Do I? Honestly, you look like you're about to fall asleep. Maybe. Would a parting gift help cheer you up? I have a pack of scented stickers. Here, choose whichever one you want.
Thank you, but I'll be alright.
Yeah, it's very normal to be worried about your friends. You really don't want one? I thought they were cool.
Don't worry about me. Dr. Angie has me covered.
I wouldn't trust Angie as far as I could throw her, and even though I can throw her a short distance, that's still too much.
Save them for Pavel.
What an absolute sweetheart. Our heart's gonna be broken real soon. Alright, Iris. Time to chew us out appropriately. He's in processing. Won't get to see him for at least another week. I thought there'd be more time. He's still so small. Is there anything you would know about processing, Iris? Please tell me it's only skin deep. I'm sorry. I never oversaw any of the projects directly. By the time the YTDI was founded, I was already on my way out. Surely you have something on it, Iris. I know you. You keep tabs on everything. Not on this. Processing is kept under especially tight wraps at the YTDI. As you guessed, it's a step related to cybernetic enhancement, But beyond that, get me to do about anything for food. That's a lot of people, honestly. I should have done something. I should have used my authority, my expertise to intervene before it was too late. Instead, I just stood by the sidelines. I never even raised my voice. I know I've been critical sometimes. Harsh, even. But I think this would have gone ahead anyways, no matter what you did. Really? From my impression of these people? Definitely. How encouraging. Listen. I was given a polite exit, but your name still carries weight at stop. Your case study is compelling and detailed, and I have no doubt that little boy is going to be more than happy to see you again once he's out of there. You just need to save your strength for the right time. And when that time comes, don't take no for an answer. Thank you, Iris. I just hope I'm not too late. Oh, God. Interview with C0-458. August 29th. 27X. Hey, kid.
Good afternoon, CO458.
I see you're back from processing.
Dr. Deidre? You came!
Well, he doesn't have anything sticking out of him that shouldn't be there, as far as we know. You sound surprised. Oh, Puerto Rican-style pork chops sound really good, yeah. I've never really been into pork chops, but we'll stay on target for now. You sound surprised. I promised you I'd visit, didn't I? Yeah, but... It's been a really long week. I kinda wondered if you'd forgotten. Never. What's this on the floor? Oh, it's just a puzzle piece. Shreya was working on it, finishing it while I was gone. But when I was wheeled back in, it got trampled on. Shreya wasn't happy about that. I can imagine. Here, I got you something. I figured you'd need a pick-me-up after processing. Yo! Deirdre with the goods! Fruit gushers, that would make any kid. Yeah. Sorry about that, B. Whoa! There's some snacks from outside. They're pretty good, from what I remember. Very acidic, but very good. Very fruity. Fruit gushers, yeah. There's some snacks from outside. I promise, they taste nothing like script. I didn't know they made food so colorful. And tasty. Glad I picked out something good. So, what have you been up to since processing? Just resting? Well, I'm trying. But Shry keeps bringing me classwork. I thought I didn't have to study anymore. That's very rude of them. I'm sorry, CO458. You know, I've been thinking. You don't have to call me that. You can call me Pavel. For the sake of the case study, I really shouldn't break protocol. Did you break protocol for the gummies? That's snarky. Alright, alright. I remember trading stuff with lunch for one of those small packs. Yeah, my kids around me didn't have much to trade. For some reason, Actually, no, I understand why. Because my weekend schoolmates were always Mexican, all of them only packed Flamin' Hot Cheetos. That was the #1 resource in my groups. I think all I had was like a crunchy peanut butter sandwich. If I brought anything at all. Alright, alright. I'm sorry, Pavel. Hehe, much better. Is having a proper name important to you? Indeed it is. It's a big deal for you, too. Not just anybody gets to call me by my true name. Oh? Yeah. It's like I'm letting you use it. You and Shry, no one else. You're my inner circle. You get to know my secret identity. Like a superhero, huh? Exactly like a superhero. Got it. I'll keep it hush-hush then. Have you been outside this room since processing? No. When I said I was bedridden earlier, I wasn't exaggerating? Thanks. You've always got the right word for me. But yeah, being bedridden, it's really starting to bug me. Yep, I hate it every time I wound up in a hospital bed. And it's happened only twice, thankfully. It's really starting to bug me. It's like I've got a house cold. You mean cabin fever? Whatever. They're the same thing anyways. Then, what happened during your processing? Well, it was kind of like getting my teeth cleaned. Like, one moment I'm laying on this long, hard table. Then they've got this big light over me. It kind of looked like a spider with a bunch of eyes and legs. The light was super bright underneath, and I was surrounded by all these doctors in white uniforms and masks. I was told to count down from 60, so I did. But then I fell asleep before I could finish. And then I woke up, and... oh no. Oh my god. Oh my god. What? What happened? Was there something wrong with your legs? Wrong? No. Nothing was wrong with them. But now, they can give me better legs. You know, an upgrade. God, I feel so bad as a Mechanicus fan now. Better ones? Ones that'll let me run faster, or jump higher, like a real superhero, you know? Really, it's okay. If I just practice hard, I believe you, Pavel. Yeah, they gave him the World War I treatment. There was nothing wrong with his legs, though. You don't have to move. Please. That hit me like a fucking train full of bricks. You're very brave. Do you know that, Pavel? Yeah, no, why are they bloody? Why is he sitting there with bloody bandages? Of course I'm brave. Brave like a hero. Here, hide these under your pillow. What pillow? These on a bed.
Make them count. I'll be back in a week. Promise.
See you again, Dr. Deirdre. we let this happen to him. Deirdre let this happen to him. Yeah, I know. This is taking a turn for the sideways and pear-shaped, and I'm intrigued. Shocked and intrigued. I can't be part of this. No one should be a part of this. It's not enough to leave. The fact that anything like this could happen in a modern facility. He was always naive to think I could be that one case study could fix stop. But if so, what then? What now? What now? Now we get angry. September 9th, 27X. 10 days. Maybe even 9 days. Case study report. 9/3/27X. I am absolutely appalled at the Youth Training and Development Initiative decisions to perform major amputation on trainee CO458. Improvements in synchronization rates are irrelevant. This technology was only ever intended for use in adults, save for rare exceptions. The relative static state of an adult body allows for easier construction of prosthetics, and only a mentally mature individual can reasonably be expected to endure the inevitable side effects of cybernetic implantation. Let me be clear. Rejection symptoms are not a risk, they are an inevitability. For all the advancements in biotech over the past few decades, there has not been enough to stop the body from revolting against artificial neurons when they are stitched into its muscles, or from realizing that the hunk of polyurethane and silicone in its skull is not part of its gray matter. Medications can suppress the body's immune response and stave off seizures, but it is a patch, not a long-term solution. Despite these facts, CO458 was approved for full transfemoral amputation and implant preparation procedure. I cannot conceive of a scenario that justifies the callous removal of 2 completely healthy limbs from a young child. The fact remains that CO458's quality of life has been significantly impacted for no reason beyond the YTDI's goals. If this is the level to which the YTDI has allowed it to conduct itself, then it is clear to me that STOP has become little better than the organizations it once worked to quash. There is no theoretical threat or future crime that justifies what I have witnessed. If this is what my research is now supporting, then I would rather have never pursued it in the first place. Dr. Deidre Destrange. This personal diary is going to be fiery. September 3rd. They took his legs. As if stripping him of his name wasn't enough, they ripped his legs off his body. Why? I can't think of any good reason for this. Havel, sunlight that he is, said that they planned to give him better ones. He even tried to prove it, in spite of the pain. And the worst part is, it's not over. He hasn't graduated yet. The last time I tried to visit him, he had been taken back in for further processing. I had to find out from Shreya of all people. The guards barely seemed to care, asking about his absence asking about a garbage being taken out a day earlier. Someone else did the work, so they didn't need to know. They said that all of this while looking at me with that expression that says they were on duty. They always were on duty. One of malaise, of superiority, of contempt. Funny how they press the kids to be smilingly obedient, while the adults look like bored children. When I entered their room, I noticed a distinct coldness in the air. Shreya looked awful. Had she been eating properly? She seems so frail. If she was taken to the operating table now, her chances of survival... I have to leave Stop. And the YTDI has to go with me. Yeah, an arm... I think there was an arm and an eye missing from him. I don't want this. Any of this to be my legacy. As if. What's an academic supposed to do against an intergovernmental organization with unlimited resources and an ever-growing supply of cybernetic muscle? Maybe I can follow Iris's example. This case report will be my indictment of Stop. My voice should still be enough to carry enough importance to damn it on my way out the door. But if I try to make an impact with my exit instead of leaving quietly, what will happen next? If I say anything about those cages the kids were kept in, the courts will bury me, and I'll have to hope that Stop doesn't single me out extrajudicially. Something like that. And if they do, I'll have to kiss my future academic opportunities goodbye. But so what? They can't expect me to keep quiet after everything I've seen. That one conversation with Angie still makes my blood boil. We were observing a physical education class. The kids were told to run laps to the point of exhaustion. And knowing the YTDI, they probably were forced to run past that point, for research purposes. While the teachers were tending to them, Angie leaned over and whispered to me. Look how strong they're growing. Healthy and smart and tough as nails. Isn't it incredible? Then, she looked at the back ranks and soured. But there are still stragglers. Gotta iron out all the kinks eventually. After she said that, she turned back to me. You know, if that squadron was enrolled in public school, some PSHE teacher would be coddling them by now. None of them would ever know just how much they could achieve with just a little more pressure. Just with one more push from someone who knows how much they can take. Back in school, I knew this kid. Born with a hole in their heart. Maybe some large ASD. They had it rough, but they persevered. Didn't pity themselves. Had pride. But the teachers insisted on coddling them. Waiting on them hand and foot. Carrying their books, giving them extra exam time, letting them skip phys ed. The adults around them let their condition define their life. By the time we graduated, I barely recognized them. Ended up more ghost than person. If I knew then what I know now, I wouldn't let them fail themselves like that. Does she think we're still friends? I've been speaking to her less and less. By now, she's basically talking to herself. And I hate seeing her inner ugliness rear its head. 4 minutes till an ad break. Good God. As soon as Pavel's healthy enough to graduate, I'll make my move. But I'm not leaving Stop without him. D. Okay, I can't get through the next... I can try. I've got 4 minutes. I've got 2 weeks notice lined up with Pavel's estimated graduation. The moment he's out of the system, I'm taking him and leaving. Smartest thing you've said in a while. Do you have any concerns? It's possible that they won't let him graduate. Promises for services rendered don't mean much to people who mutilate children. And if my case study is half as explosive as I'm hoping it to be, it's not the kind of thing that Stop will let circulate for long. There are plenty of people out there willing to listen to you. Not after I slander an internationally beloved crime-fighting organization. We don't have friends in the PR or allies in the media. It'd be easy to paint me as another disgruntled former employee, disappointed with the lack of direction in her career and looking for a book deal. Sorry, Deirdre. I wish I could tell you that won't happen. But even if things do go to shit on your end, allow me to give you a silver lining. When Pavel gets out, and he will, you can bring him here. That's the room. That's the escape room. That's the kitchen from the previous game. Iris. Once upon a time, it was a garage. Then it was an unrealized research lab with some living quarters. Now it's yours. It's no five-star hotel, but it's not too bad this time of year. There's even a river nearby. I don't know what to say. You're just giving that to me? We know that room, yeah! What did you expect? I'm a wealthy woman with very few hobbies. I would have ended up renting it out if I even remembered it was there. Much better for you two to get some use out of it. Thank you, Iris. I really mean it. I already owe you so much. Hey, the place isn't that big. I'll keep that in mind. You'd better. I don't want to hear any complaints about it being cramped down the line. Stay safe, Deirdre. I'll try. Okay, and with a minute 20 on the timer, we're going to take one more break, because I need a small break after seeing that shit. Don't go anywhere on the Twitch side of things. We'll be right back, and on the YouTube side, we'll just take a small break so I can go use the Little Skeletons room. I advise you to get some snacks as we push through the finale of this for another hour. We'll be right back, folks. Oh boy. We're back. I grabbed myself a small snack. I got my water. Gonna refresh it. And we're going to fight through the rest of this as best as we can. Motto, you and your team have crafted one hell of a story. Thank you, Ryan. You dared to go the most screwed up route possible. And your reward is making us feel exactly how you wanted us to. And there's one more game in the series that's still in production. God. I did not expect that right hook. That raw right hook to the gut. Whew. Anyway. HoneyBee, are you back yet? Might still be making that corn dog. Anyway. I'm fine. For anybody wondering, I'm fine. I'm very engrossed and I'm very much happy to have this kind of a visceral reaction to a story and to characters. I'm admiring how much they've made these characters breathe. I'm enjoying this. It's a very screwed up tale to read and voice act, and to feel for that matter. But it's definitely a masterclass. For a free visual novel, by the way, a free visual novel, you get this. It's worth your time for sure. Okay. Anyway, whoo boy. Whoo boy. Crazy amount of effort for a free visual novel, yeah. Though there's a whole bunch of good stuff that comes out of like game jams. I've never written anything myself, like in terms of video games. Well, I've written one, but it was a fan game for a VTuber. I made one for Kai, Psychota back in the day. I'll see if I can get that one playable sometime soon. Anyway, but yeah. Okay. I don't know if B's going to be back here in time, so I am gonna have to unfortunately let the show roll. Unless you speak up now, B. If you're listening in the kitchen, just come over here and say something so I can delay it properly. I know you're invested in this as much as I am. Sorry. I'm laughing at something off screen, not the situation we're in. Okay. Whew. God, this finale is gonna be something else. Alright, okay. Whew. This has been a rough night to get through, but we shall endure. Alright. Here goes. Let's go ahead and save real quick. Oh boy. I don't want to touch that monitor, man. I don't want to know what happens next. But we gotta. Oh no. This is gonna get gruesome. Viewer discretion is advised from here on out. We're going to deal with some heavy stuff.
Whoa, D.
You. Angie.
There's a fire drill going on?
What? Oh, no, I was just looking for Pavel. I can't find him anywhere. Pavel? Who's... Oh. CO458. Well, it's okay. I'm certain he's around here somewhere. I mean, it's very safe here. It's not like he could have just wandered off. Of course not. And yes, it's very safe here. What? I'm not convinced that any of this is necessary. You're talking about processing? For starters? D, post-op is never going to look pretty. You know that. You've seen it thousands of times. On soldiers. Volunteers. Adults. You didn't see the places we pulled these kids out of. Filthy, overcrowded, underfunded. This facility is very clean and very well funded. That doesn't make it right. Whatever your justifications are, I'm not sure I appreciate your tone. We've been nothing but transparent with you from the beginning. We've given you complete access to our building, our resources, even our subjects. I had to fight for you, you know. Then why wasn't I notified about Pavel's processing? Maybe you weren't on the right mailing list. There are no conspiracies here, D. You, of all people, had known exactly what the initiative's goals are. Had to have known exactly what the initiative's goals are. Angie, Look, I'm not in the mood to argue medical ethics with you in the goddamn hallway. CO458 is in recovery. He's fine. What? How?
This isn't some back alley surgeon for hire operation. We know what we're doing.
You're telling this to the expert in the field?
Do you?
You're telling this to the mother of all cybernetics.
Pavel? Are you?
Viewer discretion is advised. I don't know what's next. This may get messy very quickly. Oh, God. Your head. Your hair. Your eye. It's...
Dr. Deidre?
Pavel, wait. I've got you. Just stay right there. Cut on him even more. Has anybody been here to take care of you? Oh. No. I think so. Shreya's been here a night a few times. Hasn't said much, though. I pretended to be asleep because I think she might be scared of me now. She's probably worried about you. I'll go and talk to her, okay? Okay. Let me just fix something up here. I really don't want to upset her. You don't have to worry about upsetting anyone, okay? You haven't done anything wrong. How are you feeling? I don't know. Tired and weird. It's alright. I'm scared. My graduation is soon and I'm scared. I don't know what's going to happen. What else they'll do to me. Just close your eyes for me, okay? Oh, Noonie. I don't know if you want to be here right now. But good to see you, buddy. This is a very dark visual novel. Sci-fi, dystopian, child experimentation. May not be the best night. But I appreciate you being here. Also, happy Pride. Even though it's not Pride anymore. Happy Pride. I don't think I got to say it to you. Havel? He's asleep. Just taking care of you, buddy. Thank you, buddy. You have a nice night too. They're going to tear him apart. Rearrange him again and again. And not just him. All the other trainees here. All the other children yet to come. Over and over and over. And for what? This is my fault. My research laid the foundation for this. My reputation funded this. I let this happen. I did this. There has to be something I can do. No, I have to do something. Something more than writing words on a goddamn page. That's it. I'll break him out. Prevent him from graduating. And burn this program down to the ground as we leave. At this point, this isn't even a call for justice. It's just plain cause and effect. Smartest thing Deirdre's said at all this entire time. September 16th. 9 days after. 7 days even. 1 week later. Case study report. 9/9/27X. Met with CO458 today. Engaged in normal conversation and activities with the subject. CO458 became tired shortly into the session, so the visit was cut short after about an hour. CO458's temperature and blood pressure appeared to be higher than normal levels during the visit. Recommending an increase in immunosuppressant dosage. Recovery otherwise appears to be on pace with expected timeline. Dr. Deirdre Destrange. September 9th, 27X. Diary journal. What sucks too is that she does get him out of here, but she doesn't end up dying a while after as well? Yes. She's lost in an attack. I'm going to destroy my life's work. They'll have to update their textbooks. A small footnote at the bottom of the page or in the back of the index. Dr. Deirdre Destrange went on to commit multiple terrorist acts. We in no way, shape, or form approve of her blah blah blah. Fine by me, so long as they leave my name in. A curious kid might search for that on the crazy lady's name on the internet. That crazy lady's name on the internet. Find a case report written by her and give it a read. Better a pariah who speaks the truth than a diligent researcher who can't stand to look at it. Yeah, I know, he ends up alone again. As I walk through the YTDI's halls, my stomach drops whenever I pass the spots I'll rig. She's going to actually blow it up. Though the guards just stand around and glower at the kids, they're still combat-ready professionals. More than a match for little old me. If they ever catch on to my plans, they could drop me before I could enter that building. Funny. I haven't feared others being able to hear my thoughts since I was in college. I remember feeling guilty when I learned about thermal runaway and lithium-ion batteries. When I realized how easily this knowledge could be reapplied, I was convinced there was something wrong with me. Maybe I was right, back then. Compared to my usual work, making bombs is dead simple. I spent most of my nights planning how I'd space out the fertilizer purchases. Looking back on it, smuggling Pavel's snacks made for a fine trial run. I have surefire proof that the guards won't check me. So, why am I still anxious? If it's not my legacy, and not the process itself, am I afraid what will happen to Pavel after all this? I can house him, thanks to Iris. I have money. I can cook. But there's still so much I don't know about Pavel. How will I care for his medical needs? How will I educate him? Will freeing him doom him to a life of in hiding? And Shreya. And the other children. And every other poor soul that's been victimized by this program. Where will they go once I'm gone? Even if I could house them all, they wouldn't be free to leave. Not with Stop on their trail. I'd have just moved them from one spacious cell to a cramped one. A cramped one next to a river. Still. I'd never forgive myself if I left Pavel behind. My research led to him getting hurt. I won't let that happen again. I've done all the planning I can. For now, I think a eulogy to the life of service is in order. To my colleagues, the good ones. I hope you've been working from home. To the rest, you've got no right to complain about what comes next. And to Stop, this is war. Plant any more seeds, and I'll salt the earth. D. Oh, God. Do you think I'm doing the right thing? I'm not trying to hurt anybody. I just want to get Pavel out. Aren't you precisely doing that? Yes, but there's a growing list of asterisks. I can't save the other children. The numbers just don't work. And how does that make you feel? Like garbage. Where will they go? They will know nothing. They know nothing about the real world. Kids are tougher than you think. Not tougher than Stop. You'd be surprised. They'll adapt. That doesn't make me feel any better. I doubt anything could right now. What about a confession? I wanted all of this. Hold on, let me double check one more thing before the fireworks go off. Sound volume. Okay, I'm gonna put that down just a little bit. What about a confession? I wanted all this. The recognition, the respect, the budgets, the pay. You know, before I came to Stop, I took 5 internships in one summer. Barely got my foot out the door before I added them to my CV and never looked back. And? We all do. That's the game we play. I liked playing that game. I was good at it. And there's a sizable, cowardly portion of me that doesn't want to give it up. And do you worry about Dr. Tan and the rest? Despite myself? Yes. That's just the kind of person you are. In case we don't get the chance to reconnect for a while, let me say this. Every system falls apart eventually. It's entropy. Forest fires are natural and healthy. Stop is no exception. If people are horrified by your findings and your methods, that's for the best. They'll quit. They'll leave in droves. And you'll have gotten them out of a dark hole. And if I hurt people, then you'll just have to make up for it. And the kids, they'll be strong. Even if their new lives aren't cushy or clean, they'll be lives that they choose for themselves. Again, that's not reassuring. I know. Very little is right now. You have a lot to answer for, D. You're already a history maker. From here on, I'm sure that you'll be making history in a good way. Try to remember that when you eat breakfast with Pavel. Then, is this goodbye? It has to be. But you'll be in my home. I'll be there in some way. In fact, the sheets might still smell like me. Iris. Gross. Apologies. Couldn't help myself. But you don't need me anymore. You'll do good. You always have. Thank you. Take care now. You were always my star pupil, Deirdre. I trust you'll remember me as your mentor and friend. Hopefully, when you retired and peacefully birdwatching. Hopefully, when you're retired and peacefully birdwatching. Goodbye. I'll miss you, Dr. Kai. Yeah, about that. She has to watch from above. Well above the birds. Let's end this. Definitely retired in a way, yes. Time for some fireworks. Happy 4th of July, everybody. A little bit early.
Hello, Pavel.
Oh. Good afternoon, Dr. Daedra.
Feeling alright? Me? It take a lot more than this to... Yep, it's July. I know. June has passed us by like a lightning bolt. It's okay. You can be honest. Did your graduate training not go well? It was scary. Scary and confusing. Could you tell me what happened? What was the training like? Well, they've been running tests on the chip they put in my head. When it turns on, it's like my brain squeezed into a box. Or a minecart. It can only go on the tracks. That does sound scary. It's mind control. Yeah. I had to do all these stupid reflex exercises. After that, they made me solve math problems and other dumb stuff. All the while, they looked at me over their clipboards and data pads. And so far, I've been doing good. I was doing everything they wanted, even when it felt weird. It felt like somebody was looking over my shoulder. Only that shoulder wasn't there. And that somebody was me. And someone else was moving my body. Speaking for me. Like it wasn't my body anymore. I was just so scared. It was gross and strange. Deep breaths, Pavel. And I just couldn't take it anymore. I did something bad. I was upset. I couldn't help it. I couldn't. Pavel? Pavel! Oh my god! A seizure. I've got you, Pavel. I've got you. You're safe. Go in and call emergency services right now. You'll be okay. I promise. Shit. 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 He's on his side. There's nothing in the way, and I've set a timer for 5 minutes. I've done everything I can. Why isn't the emergency call button working? It worked for another trainee. I've seen it before. The Minas teams always check it. Is there something wrong with this? No. No. No, 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 no. They wouldn't. They wouldn't dare. They left him to die. Dr. Deidre?
Pavel? It's okay, Pavel. It's okay. I'm here.
You had a seizure, but you're safe. And I've cleaned you up. It's okay.
Why? Why did they do this to me? Why? It hurts.
Oh, Jesus.
They want to hurt me. They want to punish me, don't they? It's because I'm broken. That's why they want to fix me to be like the other kids. I can't stay in line and I never will. They're gonna keep taking me apart until I break. Taking me apart piece by piece like this forever.
Yeah. Pavel, you have to calm down for me, alright? You're going to make yourself sick.
But
It'll be okay. It's over now. No, the voice acting is 10 out of 10, like always. I'll make sure they won't hurt you anymore. I mean it. Okay. Okay. Well, we know what happens later, so we'll be fine. Just alone. Okay. Good God. I gave Pavel a glass of water to sip. His hands were shaking, so I hold the water for him. After that, I help him into bed, tuck him in, and wish him good night. Stroke the little amount of hair left on his head. Then, I close the door behind me and walk out of the room. The door behind me clicks shut. I don't have the words to describe what I just witnessed, but I don't need a 10-page paper to sum up what I feel. Disgust. They took away his medication. His medication. How in any world is that justifiable as punishment? He could have died. Pavel gets hammered down because he sticks out, but any kid would do the same. If he's suffering like this, there's no doubt the other trainees are. I need to talk to Angie. Now. I can't believe she's overlooked this for so long. Before I leave for good, I need to look her into her eyes and try to make her see. We're not gonna be successful. Dude, Deidre. We're not gonna be successful. She's not gonna listen. I find Angie at the bridge, gazing at the courtyard below. She looks like she just did. She looks just like she did the first day I came here. Yeah, Private Pile. Very reminiscent of that poor character. She hasn't changed at all. As I approach, she turns to give me an unreadable look. For a moment, I barely recognize her. For a moment, part of me wants to believe she's someone else entirely.
I imagine you're here to talk about C0458.
That's concerning that you know. I pause. That was unusually direct of her. What do you mean? It's the 21st century, D. We've got cameras in every room. I suddenly remember Shreya. Her gazing up in the corner of the room, her dark eyes wide with fear. You were watching that whole time? She blinks. So you saw him call for help? You saw him go into a seizure because he wasn't given his medication. We don't know that. A lot of trainees hate taking it. They'll put it under their tongue or... That's bullshit and you know it! These are your precious test subjects. Invaluable troves of medical data. If you wanted to, you could get a doctor to any room in this building in seconds. What are you suggesting? It's not a suggestion. You're punishing him for what happened during his graduate training. There's a long silence. The tension in the air twists my stomach in knots. She's choosing her next words very carefully, tasting them in her mouth, rolling them around like a boiled sweet. Nostalgia laps at me for a moment, a warm pull at the back of my mind. She used to do this before her research presentations, worrying the inside of her cheek as she awaited my feedback. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. But does it matter, D? She doesn't look back. I have a bad feeling something terrible will happen. Yeah, I'm not excited to be here at this point in time. Excuse me? Does what happened to CO458 matter that much? Once he passes graduate training, he's got a stable career set out ahead of him. He won't want for food, housing, or guidance. I can't believe what I'm hearing. In exchange for his legs? His brain? His individuality? I was right. They're turning him into a cyborg, a servitor, a mindless drone. That is a fucked up thing to say, and I'm gonna have to edit that out. Thank you, random ass bot. Anyway, this VOD will have to go under processing because of that bullshit. Sorry, guys. Anyway. Individuality.
What are you, a teenager? Everyone's gotta grow up sometime.
You don't want to know, guys. You don't want to know, Twitch chat. Some dumb shit happened in the YouTube chat that I cannot repeat. I have to go back and censor it out because of that. I bite down on my tongue. As much as I want to, cursing her won't get me anywhere.
What's happening isn't complicated, D. You've gotten too attached to your subject of research. You've lost sight of your objectivity. That's all.
She's cold. She's made her choice. She's not backing down. She's ratified this in her head thousands of times already. She sees the world in a skewed vision.
Happens to the best of us sometimes. Even you.
She's turned back to look at me, but she isn't seeing me. She's done talking. The feeling is mutual. Thank you for the 5 gift subs, Doug. Sorry, I'm not up to being excited right now. Anyway, hope training went well. Early in the day, I had printed out my case study. I had intended to go through it with a red pen. That night, I fed it to the shredder. Page by page. Months of work, gone in moments. It was the best I'd felt in ages. 108 subs, holy shit, thank you all very much. October 1st, 27x. In a matter of minutes, I'm going to burn down my entire career. Maybe it's fitting that the planning reminded me of how I designed my first cybernetic hand, linking each step to the next like titanium flanges. Quite welcome, Doug. Thank you for the biddies, Dahlia. Haha. While I filed the documents, I studied the blind spots in security. I learned where patrols don't visit as often, and where security cameras didn't cover the whole room. I participated in fire drills to search for evacuation routes, so that I could avoid them. Fighting back against the YTDI's electronic security was almost easier. Stopping rebels and terrorists back in Stop's heyday had given me a healthy perspective on tech security. DNA signatures, like the ones attached to our keycards, could be spoofed. And an electric lock was useless once you cut its power. As I went through every step, I expected someone to stop me. A guard who'd catch me leaving packages in a dark corner, or a lab tech who'd find the files I was taking out suspicious. But no one noticed. Even when I slipped into the security room to inject a virus into their systems, I told the staff I was doing an inspection. They looked the other way. Maybe they live hand-to-mouth lives. Maybe they hate the YTDI as much as I do and want to see it burn to the ground. Whatever the truth is, I'm not interested in psychoanalyzing lower-level staff. I have one job, and I intend to see it through. Getting to Pavel will be simple. I'll enter his room through the small door in the back. No one will suspect me. They'll think I'm conducting another checkup. Just another inane interview to pad out my case study. Escaping will be a much more complicated task. The security cameras are disabled. The safety alarms rewired. And the escape routes plotted. If things go pear-shaped, there's pyrotechnics I set up ahead of time. But once I trigger the siren, I can't predict who or what'll get in the way. My heart's pounding feverishly. A fuck ton that I can't repeat. We're in the moment right now, Dahlia. Essentially, Pavel has been turned into a cyborg. They were going to take away his individuality and give him a robotic brain instead of his own. We're aiming to stop that before they can. And now we're going to set this place ablaze on our way out with Pavel in hand. My heart's pounding feverishly. My brain's swirling with phrases and countermeasures as backups. I'm painfully aware of every step and every breath I take, because once I open the dorm room door, there's no going back. I still have a way out. I can leave this behind and go back to my old life. Cut ties with Stop quickly. Retire to a bucolic existence with honors and accolades to my name. Bury my regret and rage in the back of a well-tended flower bed. But if I don't open this door, Pavel will continue suffering. He might not survive graduation. Even if he does, he'll become a nameless drone, a shell of a person marching through life, armed with clockwork thoughts and a plastic smile. I can't abandon him. Not to that. Oh, Christ. He's gone. Pavel? I'm gonna come closer, okay? No, he's there. Dr. Deidre? Now, listen to me very carefully. Thank you for the hype train. I want to give you something. Oh. It's a representation of where he is. Wait, is it another snack? It's better. Oh my God. She's given him the detonator.
Pavel, do you want control?
Control? Over what? Your future. I've never really thought about my future. Would you like to? You can take your time. I understand that I'm asking. Yeah.
I do, Dr. Deidre. I want control.
Then take the switch and press this button. As soon as you do, you'll be free.
Let's go.
I take Pavel by the hand and gently guide him out of bed. As his legs clack against the tiles, he wobbles. Do you need help? I ask quietly. We have a lot of ground to cover, and every second is crucial. But if he's in pain... It's okay, Pavel responds. It clearly takes him some effort, but he grins up at me. What better way to get used to these legs than a prison break? Despite everything, I chuckle. In between the pulses of the siren, I can hear the hurried footsteps of staff and trainees rushing down the hallway. I take his hand, and we walk through the door I came through. Neither of us look back. The back hall of the dormitory is empty. The alarm lights in the walls blink an angry red as confused personnel jog past us on their way to the emergency stairwell. We walk at first. I try to keep my hammering heart under control as we round the hallway. We're still too visible. I can't help but imagine a security officer behind every door we pass. I squeeze Pavel's hand tighter and he squeezes it back. His steps are shaky. They shouldn't be. Those idiots in processing couldn't even be bothered to calibrate the motors right. But he's stable. And in spite of everything he's been through, he's keeping pace with me. Then, I see it. An imposing door with a small blinking key reader beside it. An exit out of the dormitories. Past it, there lay the operating facilities and engineering. Beyond that, the shipping and receiving bay, and further still, the garage door. Our way out. Normally, this part of the facility would be swarming with initiative personnel. But with the alarms I triggered, all of them should have evacuated to the opposite side of the building. I don't even swipe my card. The latch clicks when I push it. Suddenly, my steps are faster, my heartbeat louder, and before I know it, I'm running. Pavel trips on the first step, and we nearly crash into each other before he corrects himself. But we run, hand in hand, past the operating rooms and security and the offices, open security shutters until, without warning, Pavel's legs buckle. They crumple under him like wet paper, sending him sprawling. I fall to my knees beside him and struggle to pull him upright. What's happening? Pavel asks. I can't answer him. My eyes go to his legs. The lights are still on. The battery hasn't run out, but they're not responding to him. I can see him trying to move what's left of his legs, and the cybernetics just won't react. It's a kill switch. It's a kill switch intended to keep him from running away. My eyes fall to the stop logo on his ankle. I look up at the shutter we just passed. The security camera blinking on beside it. Shit, I breathe. Dr. Deidre? I almost went to laugh. Even as my mouthing panic began to threatens to overtake him. Even as my mounting panic threatens to overtake me. Anti-theft measures. They don't want anyone taking stock property outside the building. I can hear yelling echoing down the hallway we came through. Distant, but growing louder. They know where we are. What should we do? Pavel asks, his voice wavering. Dr. Deidre, I don't want them to find us. Sit still. Quickly, I move to detach his legs. I leave them on the ground, sweep him up into my arms, and bolt. He clings to me, his fingernails digging into the back through my clothes. His left arm dangles out of my grasp. He's light, far lighter than he should be. As I run for the exit, I squeeze him as close to me as I can. Security shutter suddenly slams in front of me. I turn to pivot. But more come down and every door in the hallway, falling into place as heavy as tombstones. Damn it! Damn it! I bite back a scream, try to focus on facts. Security's at my back. I can hear them getting closer. Combat boots on tile, heavy and hurried. With every second I sit here panicked and paralyzed, they stomp closer to us. I squeeze my eyes shut. I can feel cold steel gun barrels at my back. Cuffs. Bindings, straitjackets, Pavel ripped away from my arms, disposed of as defective goods or reprogrammed into an ideal product. I can't bear that thought. I reach into my lab coat, pull out a second switch, and press it. The explosion rips through the hall with a force unlike anything I've ever felt before. They tear through the shutter, blasting me with heat and smoke and debris that nicks my neck. I run right into it as more explosions go off through the facility, my hidden bombs going off like exothermic dominoes. A burst of red and blinding heat sears my right side, probably scattering shrapnel. I push through the pain, running as fast as I can. My ears ring, my muscles scream, my throat stings, and all that there is heat and ash and pain, until, finally, we reach the light. What a spectacle indeed. Wow. I can't believe I actually made it. Pavel? I think we're... Pavel! Pavel! Oh God! Your arm, it's all...
Pavel, please. Speak to me.
Oh my God.
Blue.
What?
The sky. It's so blue.
I haven't seen it in so long.
You're hurting. Please don't push yourself. You're already bleeding so much.
But I'll live. 'Cause I'm no longer there.
Yeah, we do.
I'm free now, aren't I?
Yes. Yes. You are.
Christ. Oh, for fuck's sake, could the snoozes come back to me in UI form? Dahlia, can you hit that? Ugh. What do you mean bonus content? I don't know if I want to go through any more of that. Ah. Yeah. Extras. Interesting. Well, hell. That was heavier than I expected it to be. And longer than I expected it to be. But let's go ahead and walk over here and just chill out for a second. Over to the lobby and kind of decompress. But that was all in one go of protoViolence. Yeah, no, this was one hell of a prequel. There'll be no raids because we do not want to. It's very late for starters, and that was a heavy note. That was a heavy game to just raid out like that. Oy. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and 11 p.m. for a but y'all. Okay. All right. So, full disclosure, there was a really fucked up chat message sent in the YouTube chat that I had to quickly censor or quickly remove. I have no idea if it made it into the VOD. Based on how it looked like, there is a good chance it might have. So I am going to private the YouTube stream. I'm going to unlist it and double check it to make sure I don't need to censor anything, or if I do, I will do so. And I'm also going to hide the Twitch VOD. You didn't see it in chats Okay, I'm going to double check it just to be sure. But yeah, I will do that as a precaution. Yeah, no. I'm worried about it being on screen. But YT chat shouldn't see it. I just worry about whether or not Cupcake Chat actually got to it in time. But we have only 1 minute to talk before stupid ads roll over us. Most of us here are subscribers, so I guess I'll let the ads run and then we will call it a night. Because I need to decompress after all of that holy shit. No, there's not much else to say. I am gonna go ahead and let y'all go during the ad break. Because I'm tired after all that. We have a fighting game to play tomorrow. We have a fighting game to play tomorrow, and I'm gonna have to do it after all that. That'll be a nice palate cleanser, I'm gonna be real. After that heavy 4 hours, that'll be a very nice palate cleanser to just play a random ass anime fighting game. Motto, you and your team have created something special and you're giving it away for free. I can't believe that. Quite welcome, TboniDraws. Thank you as always for lurking. I'll go ahead and wrap this up. Sorry, Twitch, non-Twitch subscribers. We're gonna be going. Don't want to say hi to Villain Inc., Ricky? Haha. Anyway. I do want to say thank you so much. This was much more shocking than our typical content, I'll admit. Much more heavy, much more dark than what we usually do on this channel. So for those of you who are watching, I want to thank y'all for sticking around, enduring that with me, and not, you know, not choosing to jump, even though I said jump. But this was a grand story. This was a grand time for me. It was very dark, but I enjoy dark, remarkably, even though I'm decompressing after this. And that was shocking as shit. Yeah, exactly. I applaud Motto and her team for doing this. For being brave about putting this kind of content out there for free. And I have to say, knowing all I know now after playing the prequel and the main game, I wonder how Interviolence is going to push the universe even further. Because it's an RPG Maker game. And you bet your ass I will be playing it. I just definitely will need to play it a month from now, because that was a lot to deal with. Yeah, they're making a third game. And, yeah. I'm looking forward to it. That shit hit me like a freight train, but I'm looking forward to it. So. Whew. Thank you, Flash. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, TboniDraws. Thank you to all lurkers out there. Thanks to those who stopped by and saw the Bone Man at his best and worst. All the likes on the YouTube stream. And of course, I do actually have to go through and thank everybody for all the amazing gifts they gave. So, it was just a couple. But we still need to thank everybody who has given their hard-earned dollars towards the Bone Man's donation box. So as soon as this ad break ends, we will go ahead and shout them out real quick. Whew, okay. Hit you like the truck that sent you to Gehenna. Exactly. I will, don't worry. I've got some meal ideas lined up after this, but first off, now that the ads are done, I want to go ahead and give our shoutouts. So first off, I do want to thank from off stream, Garrett Strange, fellow VTuber, and a hex slinger over on Twitch. Thank you very much for the follow. Thank you, Dahlia, for the 3-stream streak. Let's go. Thank you, Dahlia, for gifting a tier month sub to Centurion, and Doug for giving out a community gift sub, sniping Aegon in the process, if I recall correctly. Y'all got me to a level 1 hype train before the real business started off. Dahlia gave us 6 biddies and 7 biddies. You do the math yourself there. Then Doug gave out 5 community gift subs out of nowhere. Thank you so much, Doug. Your patronage is appreciated, and I'm sure everybody enjoys their free Ricky emotes. Now the hype train started and completed at level 2 after another 67 bits were thrown into the mix. Y'all had amazing timing during the darkest part of the stream. But I thank you for being around anyway. So, that concludes all of our rewards. I want to say again, thank you very much. There will be no raids. But it has been a privilege and honor to be the one who facilitates all this excitement. Aw, thank you for lurking in, Billy. I hope that was just the right amount of fucked up for you. Ugh, man. Shit. Also, thank you to Billy, Hexlam, and Hexlam for checking in. Folks from Vylimpia. Awesome folks, too. Until next time, folks, which will be tomorrow with Blaze Blue Central Fiction. God, I need a palate cleanser after all this serious shit. Memento vivere. Memento mori. And enjoy writing your life story. I might do open lobby tomorrow just to get the homies in for fights. I'll let you know, Billy, if it happens. But for now, I'm gonna worry about, like, making sure I actually understand the fucking controls. Have a good night, everybody. And the VOD will be back up as soon as I've confirmed that that stupid chat did not make it into the VOD. Good night.